you've been out there and you've seen full platform staging areas set up. And you're in an untenable position because, like you said, in the weekdays, you have a lot of leeway to go out there. But on particular, that Friday before Carnival, all the way through Carnival Day, it is pretty much impossible for you to get out there at that point because of the way the parades are running to actually do much enforcement, correct?
Correct. The section 3433 references 4 hours before the start of the parade. So during the weekday, that means that around 1 p.m., 2 p.m. on Muses Thursday, our teams are leaving the parade route, and many of our staff members are going to work with NOPD or sanitation for their overtime work. But on Saturday morning, with the start of an 11 a.m. parade, that means that our role would only kick in at 7 a.m. on Saturday morning. So we're not out there at 7 a.m. to ensure what is or isn't allowed according to Section 3433 on a weekend. Our work has really focused on the Friday of the first weekend and then going into the second weekend, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Lundi Gras has been a bit of a challenge just because at that point we're in the thick of it with Mardi Gras. Parkways has receives, communicates with the council regularly, the administration and the public, because we are on the routes so often leading up to the big weekend and we are familiar with the ordinance. But when it comes to the handoff, so to speak, of, that 2 p.m. window on a Thursday, any enforcement of the ordinance is going to be for NOPD or some other enforcement agency. So yes, we are aware of what is being brought to the parade routes, and we have a couple of suggestions for you all. But at the end of the day, outside of that 4-hour window before parades start during the weekday, we're not in a position to remove any of those items and refer to any complaints or comments that we receive to NOPD leadership.
Right. And I mean, essentially, it creates this unfortunate gap where you guys, once the time periods have lapsed, you go into your kind of subservient role working with NOPD to do assistance, but enforcement falls upon NOPD at that point, which is already stretched pretty thin because of Mardi Gras, the nature of Mardi Gras and the manpower issues we have there. So, I mean, I look forward to some of your comments, but I know something you and I have previously discussed ad nauseum is the possibility of having just third-party contractors go out with NOPD assistance. And during these periods where you find stuff that is obviously illegal, like, for example, the Endymion window is pretty awful in that we have seen over years a tremendous amount of not just, really egregious items out there, but even like physical conflict with people along the Endymion route as they try to stake out their claims over an extended period of time, restricting public access to different thoroughfares. And something that I think the council is going to have to consider, and we will look for your input while we're doing it, is in those areas where you guys just can't be out there, what is the solution? Is it NOPD going out with contractors and picking up things? To your point, there is a legal guidance issue of when is property abandoned or not abandoned. And because of some legal guidance we've had nationally regarding homelessness, there is some kind of unsettled jurisprudence on what you do. What is the responsibility of a city of when we pick up property that's been abandoned? Do we have to keep it for someone to claim, or do we trash it? I know we've had these conversations. I'm just reiterating them on the record to explain to the public we're aware of these problems and we're trying to find ways to thread these needles, but they're very complicated problems. Councilor Harris.
Yeah, Michael, I mean, you and I have spoken and we saw the canoe structure that was out where somebody had put a canoe on two things in order to have their kids.
They fasten two ladders together and put a canoe on top of it.
Yeah, that thing. That's obviously dangerous and something that, again, we don't want your people to get involved in physical confrontation with people who are doing stupid things like fastening a canoe to Mardi Gras ladders. So I agree with Councilmember Morrell that we need to figure out a way that we have an enforcement mechanism where things are inherently dangerous and can not only endanger the people who are in the canoe ladder structure, but what happens if it falls on somebody else, who's liable then? The issue with, the encampments and, we're going to have a Supreme Court ruling by next Mardi Gras of what is encamping. But obviously under city ordinance, we can remove dangerous things open fire pits and things like that. So we're just gonna have to get our legal department involved in figuring out the interpretation of our rules and whether or not we need to make some amendment to our rules around Carnival.
And we've, some of the more egregious examples of items that we've encountered on the parade route, we have been able to work with NOPD in the past. I know couple of years ago, there were some larger adult ladders that we determined with safety and permits not to be ladders. They were structures, those were removed. But the list that's up on the screen is quite extensive. A few items that we would like to see added to that list are a complete prohibition of sofas, couches, platforms, and non-battery powered generators. We encountered a number of gas powered generators that were then powering pretty extensive speaker setups. And as you all know, and the public has seen over the last couple of years, as Mardi Gras becomes concentrated or consolidated on these routes and becomes more popular, it seems like it's human nature for people to bring more and more stuff to the routes. So there already are a lot of items that are prohibited in section 3433. And it's, possible for this committee to add to that list. But then there are a number of enforcement issues within this list that are put in place for public safety. And a few of those are, portable toilets. We've seen a proliferation of these portable tent toilets which become sanitation issues. But at the bottom of section 3433, it already references portable toilets that are prohibited. Enclosed tents, you pop-up tents are.
Well, and I want to get to that issue particularly because I think this is something that I know my office has gotten a lot of complaints on, and I think it's very interesting. I hate putting you guys in the position where the law is so nuanced you have to make judgment calls. And I think tents is kind of getting to that point because obviously enclosed tents and the portable toilet tents have become kind of a problem. But the challenge I see for y'all is that I hate putting anyone in a governmental position in the point where you have amateur lawyers who will say, well, my tent's only enclosed on 2 sides, not on 3 sides, or my tent's enclosed only in the back so the public can't see what we're doing. And I think the question needs to be posed, and it's something that I'm going to talk to with my colleagues. Why have tents at all? Honestly, because the reality is that we've seen increasingly that the crews are more than willing to work with us on truly inclement weather. So if weather is truly that bad, we've seen more and more that crews are willing to work with us to reschedule. And for the most part, if the weather is only slightly bad, the vast majority of people go out there and deal with it. But the tents have spiraled out of control. And I think the apex of this tent situation is the portable toilet tents, because those were not a rarity. I mean, we'll have Matt up here shortly. There were a lot of them on the route. And I hate having to have someone from Parks and Parkways, from sanitation, from NOPD have to argue with someone over what kind of tent they have and whether it's allowed. And I think it's more important to give broad guidance that has specific prohibitions. Like if you just said no tents, you don't put someone from Parks and Parkways in a position where they have to argue what is a tent. What do you think of that?
Again, much of the ordinance speaks to enforcement, and our enforcement window is rather small. So a lot of what we observe and what we're discussing now are issues that increase in numbers, in the 4 hours leading up to the parade. So I don't want to speak, for NOPD or, and I did want to commend, obviously they deserve accolades for their efforts to ensure public safety. As you mentioned, and it's been said before, their ability to enforce this long list of prohibitions and restrictions is limited because they're ensuring public safety first and foremost. So we are not an enforcement department. We have a limited role ahead of the parades outside of the 4 hour window. And we've done a good job on I feel that we've done our job on select areas of the parade routes. When it comes to the section at the beginning of 3433 that references shall not be placed in intersections I'm sorry. Uh, the middle of the section where it references tents, scaffolding, ropes, spray paint, or other similar items placed to create a barricade or otherwise obstruct passage along public property. We have seen that in larger numbers outside of St. Charles and Napoleon, yellow caution tape across the city. And we've encountered resistance from residents, you know, who have been out there for years and years and are seeing other people come earlier and earlier. So it's an enforcement issue that we're seeing outside of Napoleon and St. Charles. And there are issues that we're discussing now and the items that we feel should additionally be added to this list. But at the end of the day, those are items for the council, the administration, and an enforcement entity to work out agreement on how those, whether or not they should be added and how those items should be removed from the parade route.
Right, and before I get to Councilman Harrison and Mr. Reese, and I guess from my perspective, I think that when it comes to the tent issue, we see, I mean, for Endymion, for example, we see the tents get staged days in advance. I mean, I'm talking about Tuesday, Wednesday before Endymion even rolls on those routes. So to your point, I think that there's going to have to be a larger conversation over what assistance we can bring to park and parkways for pre-parade 4-hour enforcement, but also what assistance we can bring to NOPD with help to do enforcement even between parades or on routes where you guys are overwhelmed. Councilmember Harris, then Mr. Reese.
Sure, and I wish DPW was here because we're also seeing not only the enclosed portalet tent things, we're also seeing people who have rented U-Hauls, rented a portalet and parked them on the side of someone's house. And to me, those need to be added as prohibited items because nobody certainly wants a portalet sitting by their house for all of Mardi Gras. And that's a DPW thing where they need to just tow those trucks. But the question I do have about the portable toilets part, have we issued or has anyone issued any of the fines? There's a fine of $250 attached to this. I don't think anybody's out there writing tickets.
My understanding of this section of the ordinance speaks to, in the past, having seen the traditional portable toilets on the neutral ground.
Yeah.
And I know that those have moved to the side streets or in trailers. And I would hope that the contents of those toilets are being disposed of in proper manners. One thing is for certain is that the pop-up toilets are likely being left on the route and are probably being picked up by sanitation. And so I don't think that disposal of that is, you know, appropriate.
Yeah, I mean, obviously people are either disposing the contents in the catch basin, which is illegal, or they're just leaving it there for poor Matt Torrey and his team to pick up. So yeah, we need to tighten up this section, but we can tighten up the section all we want, but it's an issue of enforcement. So if DPW can get down here, that might be helpful too, just to have them on hand to talk about enforcement. Also, I have questions revenue needs to answer. So I know we're gonna have another meeting. But there are other departments who need to be involved.
And I know there are other folks who you want to hear from today. And I just want to reiterate that, you know, we are able to do our job to an extent. And we do have observations and recommendations that we'd like to make to you all, but we definitely do not want to, you know, burden NOPD or some other enforcement entity with additional obligations when we haven't coordinated, you know, those suggestions with them.
We appreciate that. I mean, no one wants to add additional burden to other departments when they're already structurally dealing with their own. Mr. Reese?
Yeah, we're the crew from the crew's perspective, we're thrilled that this conversation is happening because for us, just for the record, the more of that public space that is taken up prior to the parades itself rolling, it's an impediment to foot traffic for those that are going to watch the parades. And a lot of those folks end up spilling into the street and becomes a safety issue and a timing issue where the parades get slowed down and have to wait for those individuals who would otherwise be able to walk on the neutral ground or on the sidewalk. They're blocked off because there's a bunch of tents and tape and they can't get around to watch the parade. So for us, we're thrilled that this happens. I recognize the problems with enforcement, but thank you for bringing that up and for your proposals.
And just to Mr. Reese's point about this being a safety issue, obviously the amount of of items that are being brought to the parade route increases with each year, and we're seeing items being set up in the intersections, which is prohibited by this ordinance. And so first and foremost, it's about public safety, and the more stuff that is brought to the parade route, you know, the harder it is for NOPD and others to do their job.
Right, and I think before we roll over to Matt Torrey, I think, and this will be part of the conversation with him as well, but I think we're gonna have to recognize that I believe there was one year, I believe you were here, Michael, like 2 or 3 years ago, where we had a really aggressive enforcement pre-parades, where we actually had like the sanitation crews. Oh, Mr. Corneliuson? There you are, come on up. He's talking about toilets, but I think that something that we're gonna have to recognize as a city is that in order for us to get real enforcement, it's gonna require more money to get more resources to assist, whether it's your department, NOPD, DPW, with dealing with the sheer amount of additional work that's gonna require. To Councilman Harris's point, we got the complaints regarding the trucks and the porta potties, but it's an issue of, do we have the contracted tow trucks that are available to go and deal with those when it comes to seeing illegal things set up spontaneously? Because people are very creative. They will spontaneously create a restaurant on the neutral ground during the parade because they know that's the most difficult time for us to actually get enforcement out there. We're almost going to have to pre-stage like you do before a natural disaster, where you put the different resources near where you know the problem areas are so that they can be dispatched quickly to address it.
Yep.
Good morning, thank you. I just wanted to give a little historical context. We had passed an ordinance a few years back related to the portable toilets being placed on, you know, on the sidewalk and right there near like St. Charles, say Constantinople or something. Because we found that a lot of the college groups and that would go in together and put a toilet out there. So there was an ordinance to fine not the people putting the toilet out because you couldn't find them, but the toilet company. And at that time, Safety and Permits was very good about, hey, your toilet's out here, you're going to get fined. And they would quickly come and pick that up. So I think some of this is enforcement. And then also the same way with the large enclosed trucks. Homeland Security had asked us to pass an ordinance that was also done because things could be hidden in those trucks or the portalettes that could, you know, potentially hurt a large group of people, you know, from that perspective. So from some of the things y'all are talking about are, I believe, enforcement things, not necessarily creating new rules, but just enforcing what's on the books.
I appreciate that. I mean, I think we can all agree. I think we're just going to have a very candid conversation this summer, well before Mardi Gras, as to what resources are needed to increase enforcement. Because I can tell you that if we had tow trucks positioned, it seems like the city is very quick during Mardi Gras to ticket every car that's parked illegally to maximize revenue. But when we have people drive up with a U-Haul with a stack of porta potties in it, I think for the resident who's picking up the ticket off their dashboard going, well, they ticketed me, this guy's got a truck full of porta potties, and if he's got a ticket, he's making more revenue than the ticket's going to charge him. Enforcement has to be even-handed, and we have to deal with everyone equally, ensure that we're taking it seriously.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And it is a capacity issue on that end in terms of the tow truck, having a tow truck that's big enough for the truck, drivers for the tow trucks. In previous administration, we had an instance where we had more trucks than drivers.
Right.
And then also I've been told, and it makes sense, that once all that's in position and the parade started and people are crammed up on those side streets, they can't get to them.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, and I know we have to go to the next person. I know Michael's got some stuff he wants to get out there, but what I found interesting in my experience with enforcement is people are very knowledgeable of those challenges, and those same U-Hauls will disappear once the parade is passed. And something that I've seen in other jurisdictions that's worked very well is if you put a boot on that truck, yeah, they get through that one parade, but when the tow truck comes to take them, they can't get away.
Yeah.
And with a lot of, whether you're looking at illegal food vendors, if you're looking at people doing all kinds of different behavior, they are very slick as far as the moment the route cleans, they're gone. But once you start booting and say, no, you can have your time here, but we are going to get your truck. We are going to find you. We are going to impound the truck. Once they start realizing that you may get in for that first parade, but we're going to get you, the message gets out.
Yeah. We have to be
Councilman Russo
creative.
has joined us.
Thank you.
And well, just one final comment, unless Councilmember Giarrusso has a comment. Just a reminder that the Department of Parks and Parkways role primarily is one of timing of setup. The observations that we have and the familiarity we have with this ordinance is because we are seeing items that are being brought to the route for setup at a later time that are mostly prohibited. So for us, it's not so much about it's just about ensuring that people set up at the appropriate time. You know, people are bringing ladders and things that are allowed out early, and we're telling them to wait until the appropriate time. But we're also seeing all of these other items that are prohibited according to this ordinance and would be removed by a task force, NOPD, or someone else.
Yeah, I wanted to say, I've made this point when we were thinking Councilmember Harris's committee. It may also be time to dust off the language here because it says all ladders, chairs, ice chests, and other personal items. That does not include scaffolding or platforms. And that really seems to be, and I realize, Michael, you can't enforce or ask other people to enforce what's not necessarily there, but I feel like that's becoming such a big issue is barricades, roping off, scaffolding that's raised, many stages, and the wording gets really close to that, but doesn't say it. And I just think if we're going to take this opportunity that we need to be as expansive as possible and have the wording match what the enforcement intent is, and then obviously try to enforce as ruthlessly as needs to happen.
And we're happy to give, you know, again, our feedback so we can ensure that the ordinance mirrors what is appropriate in terms of course of action.
I think in particularly, I think that there's a little confusion in the ordinance and what is prohibited for a time instance, that 4-hour window, and what's outright prohibited completely. And I think that part of what we can do to make things more seamless is, to the councilman's point, with scaffolding, those sort of things, we should remove there being any necessity for you guys to weigh in as to what's a platform, just outright prohibit things we know are problematic. There really is no reason why there should be a platform on the route at all. There's no reason why there should be scaffolding on the right at all. Like, honestly, when you look at this, it looks like the language splits up even in the paragraphs. Well, you have this is allowed in certain circumstances. This is prohibited. The only thing that is a clear prohibition and spelled out the right way in the law is the portable toilets at the end. We really need to have a list of items clearly spelled out in an easily digestible way and just say these are all prohibited. And like you said, I think part of what we're going to have to do, and we've started doing it with other types of legislation, we need to post well beforehand in public spaces signage saying these things are prohibited, so that when you have the instances like you've had in the past where someone's arguing with you of, well, I didn't know that. Well, you can just point to the sign and say, well, this sign's been up for, a week saying this is prohibited. Lady, I don't know what you're complaining about. Not my problem. The sign says the thing you put out here is actually prohibited. And also it'll clear up issues when NOPD is out there, let's say with contractors, just scooping the stuff up and throwing it away. If it's clearly prohibited, it's posted prohibited, the ability for people to then claim, ignorance is bliss. If there's signage saying the thing you just put out is illegal, it really removes any kind of confusion.
And just a word of caution that, with the addition of additional items, that list can be quite extensive and then can create a burden for enforcement. I mean, spray paint, ropes are already prohibited. I mean, if you throw in caution tape, I mean, there's just a very extensive list of items that would be prohibited. And
the challenge is, and honestly, like the caution tape is annoying and unattractive, but I'm more concerned with, because the challenge is that all this stuff is tremendously annoying. Where the city runs into problems is when you have residents. I've had residents contact me where people have spray painted the city right of way easement in front of their house and camped out on it early. And it gets to a point where I don't ever want a resident to feel like they're a hostage in their own home because someone has decided to spray paint and rope off areas that otherwise are public spaces, often for significant periods of time before and after parade routes. I hear what you're saying as far as the list being having a very lengthy list could make enforcement more difficult. I would argue that part of what Councilman Druso was saying is that rather than itemizing things on the list, create broad swaths of items that are prohibited. Like, for example, don't prohibit enclosed tents. You say tents are prohibited. And when you say tents are prohibited, it's no longer an issue of you having to go and record what type of tent it is. It's if we speak broadly about, let's for example, saying any item used to enclose an area is prohibited. You don't have to argue, is it caution tape? Is it spray paint? Is it blocking off an area? It's not allowed.
And it speaks to the privatization of public space, sidewalks, intersections, and larger than normal sections of the neutral ground.
Okay, well, thank you. Oh, sorry, Leslie.
Yeah, no, I just have two more questions, and I say this, but I'm a lawyer, so I'll have three more questions. Ladder heights are not specified in here.
They are not.
We should do that. And then I hear what you're saying. You need help. I mean, I hear that loud and clear. So if we broaden the categories, you need additional help. So right now it says parkways or the Department of Sanitation are the two departments responsible for picking this up or enforcement. I think we need to broaden who can enforce, meaning let's add DPW, let's add NOPD, let's add private contractors that you all contract with so that we can provide you with the help that you need.
And you know, part of the limitation or the limitation that we have is that, you know, inside of this 4-hour window, much of our staff that is associated with Mardi Gras is moving on to
Right.
NOPD barricade duty or sanitation. So it's not, you know, we need additional financial resources. That's that we as a department are only so big and are not an enforcement department.
Right, yeah, we know that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Board's clear.
Remember, I have one online comment for Parks and Parkway.
Okay.
This is from Clifford Dugar. He says, I would like to see animals, namely dogs, forbidden at parades. Ladders have gotten out of control. If allowed, they should be confined to the back instead of 6 feet from the curb. They form a line and kids can't enjoy the parade. If you have a ladder, why do you need to be in the front anyway?
That's ladders in front is actually a really good point. I hadn't thought about that because it is kind of ridiculous how they put the row of ladders in the front of the crowd.
And that's in the ordinance that they should be 6 feet from the
Right.
curb, but it's not been the practice.
Well, it's in the orders, but no one's currently following that. But yeah, it's another issue. Appreciate that, Mr. Dugar. Mr. Torrey? Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you being here, Michael.
All right. Hey, good morning. Y'all, thank you for having us here. Appreciate the opportunity to talk about Department of Sanitation's role in Mardi Gras. So certainly the annual carnival period with Mardi Gras is one of the most intense periods of time for the Department of Sanitation. It is challenging, but incredibly rewarding to the members of the Department of Sanitation, the city's departments and agencies that assist us, as well as the contractors that assist us. We take great pride in the work that we're able to do and constantly evolving our operations to do it more efficiently and better each year. So just some quick takeaways from Mardi Gras 2024. Over 10 days of parades, we removed over 1,000 tons of debris during that time, which is over 2 million pounds of debris, which is an incredible amount. That number stays pretty static over the past couple of years, so it's not going up, it's not going down, it's staying right around that 1,000-ton threshold. But obviously, we are always looking for ways to reduce the amount of debris that's generated during the Mardi Gras period. And I think the Office of Resilience and Sustainability, grounds crew, and other organizations have taken tremendous strides in bringing recycling to Mardi Gras, which is something we certainly support. Our crews cleared over 85 miles of parade routes during the 2024 season. The total cost for cleanup for 2024 was about $2.1 million. And we facilitate this all through a series of cooperative endeavor agreements and contracts, and of course, the supporting departments and agencies that assist us during Mardi Gras. So we have 3 CEAs, 4 contracts, and there are 20 departments and agencies across the city that support sanitation during Mardi Gras, and we couldn't do it without them. So just to give a little look into the actual cleanup operations, you see here is just a sample of the Uptown Parade route. But certainly there are routes that sanitation and our partners clean on the West Bank and Mid-City and downtown. Our goal during Mardi Gras is to have the entire parade route clean within 3 hours, the end of the parade. We generally take an approach of breaking the parade route up into at least 3 sections, sometimes more, so that we can concurrently clean the parade as the parade passes. So if you see here on the Uptown Parade route, you see a Zone A, a Zone B, a Zone C. As the parade starts to roll and moves, the group immediately behind the parade will start to clean. They will clean their section. Once the parade continues to move, a gap will form as they pass where the Zone B is staged. That zone will start to clean, and so on until we get to downtown with Zone C, and finally the Canal Street segment. So this allows concurrent cleaning to happen, allows us to achieve that goal of being done within 3 hours, the end of the parade route. We have dedicated equipment, dedicated labor in each of those zones, and they're all managed by a sanitation supervisor and sanitation teams overseeing the tremendous workforce that's out there. On our peak day, which is the second Saturday of Mardi Gras, we have over 100 pieces of heavy equipment and over 400 laborers out on those parade routes. I mentioned the tremendous support that we, Department of Sanitation, received to be able to pull off this monumental task. You see here the group of stakeholders and agencies and contractors that support cleanup. We could not do it without their support, so we're incredibly thankful every year that they come out again and again and do this. City departments on a voluntary basis, and our contractors do it as part of their obligations. But it really is a monumental effort, and we're very grateful to have everyone's support. Some areas of focus and improvement. Certainly the duration of parades has continued to grow, and that's something that's been talked about a lot after the 2024 season. For the Department of Sanitation, our obligations don't go away during Mardi Gras, so our staff still report for 6 a.m. the day after a parade. We may finish anywhere between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. on any given parade night, which is challenging, and it creates a grind that by the second weekend starts to really introduce some safety and wellness concerns for our team. In many instances, our team will, some folks will elect just not to go home if we finish late enough, because we have to be back out there to perform our normal sanitation responsibilities before the next day's parades roll. So we're always, of course, in favor of figuring out ways for parades to move more efficiently and everyone to be off the route safely at a reasonable time. Vehicular traffic along parade routes during cleanup is a major concern and priority for us. We have a lot of crews out there. It's frequently dark. So having NOPD and NOFD support with us is critical to escort our crews down the parade route. We use our heavy equipment to serve as barriers to side streets as we're working our way down the corridor to clean. And generally, residents are respectful of the cleanup process, but this is always something that is a concern for us, and it always has a risk of something going awry along the parade route. Multiple parade routes on the same day is something that we're aware of and certainly accommodate, and we're happy to do that. We've done it over the many years, but it's something that we're always just conscious of, making sure that it doesn't expand beyond our capacity. So when you look at the second weekend of parades, and you're focused on that day, we're cleaning Iris coming from Claiborne Avenue towards St. Charles. We're cleaning Tux coming from Chapatoulas to St. Charles Avenue. We're cleaning the entire St. Charles route, finishing anywhere between 7 and 9 PM. And then the entire sanitation crew is packing up and moving to the Mid-City route to clean the entire Endymion route, finishing between 3 and 4. The next day, it just continues on. So with all of the East Bank activity, we don't clean the Namtok route until Sunday morning, first thing. So immediately Sunday morning, we're headed to the West Bank to clean Namtok. We're heading back East Bank to get uptown towards Henry Clay to clean the dedicated Toth route, and then coming back for Bacchus on the traditional route on St. Charles Avenue, and that finishes again anywhere between 2 and 3 AM. So that grind of that second weekend is long. It is a grind. It's physical, it's mental. Our teams do a tremendous job of doing it. But again, just being conscious of duration of parades as well as multiple routes is something that, you know, we always just want to make sure that we're keeping in the back of our minds as well. Some other things, of course, out there, lingering persons on the neutral ground. We don't run into this too much, but it does happen periodically, and it's a safety issue, right? There's heavy equipment out, there's persons working, we have blowers that are a part of our cleanup operations. We want people to be safe, so, you know, it's important for folks to exit the neutral ground when cleaning starts. Staging area, debris. So this is something that we've worked with the crews over the year, and we've seen a lot of movement here, and want to continue to work with the crews on proactive ways to contain debris in the staging areas as they're setting up their floats and getting ready to roll. Plastic bags, boxes. We even received complaints about animal waste, specifically horse and mule waste in some of the side streets where crews are staging. So just continuing to work to figure out solutions for crews to be able to contain debris in that staging area, so that we don't have single-use items like plastic bags or small boxes littered throughout the area. We're not naive to think that no debris is going to be generated in the staging area. It does. We're behind the crews in that area, so we have no problem picking it up. But if we can just continue to work on ways to bag debris inside larger bags so that it's easy for us to pick up as we're moving along the route, I think that's a win for everybody, including the people that live in those areas where these crews stage.
Matt, can I jump in here? Yeah, I think that's a great idea. I think number one, we need the crews to understand that this is a concern. And it's easy enough to just have large trash bags where they put their trash. I rode this year on Mars and I could see just all the trash being thrown in the small bags. Your department is responsible for putting out the porta potties. Is that correct?
No,
Okay. What,
property management
Property
manages portalets.
all right. Well, just if they're listening, we need additional portalets on the staging areas because what we're hearing is that a lot of people are using people's yards and behind houses in order to get to the bathroom because there's a lack of portalets in the staging areas. So we need to look into that. Thank you.
Yep. Just continuing on, single-use plastic bags outside of even the staging area along the parade route. You know, it's probably continues to be one of our biggest issues. They are prohibited through Section 34 already, but we continue to see them. And for anybody who's been downtown after a Mardi Gras parade, you see the wind stir up and plastic bags move in wide open areas. It just becomes a challenge. You see our crews are spending a lot of time just picking up bags one by one. So continuing to again, proactively figure out ways to eliminate those single-use plastic bags that will just speed up the cleanup process and lead to less litter in neighborhoods. With regards to the Department of Sanitation and our operations, our equipment is aging, as most city departments. The average age of our heavy equipment is 12 years now, and some of it dates back to the 90s, believe it or not. We continue to use it, but during Mardi Gras, it is very apparent when it gets used to its peak that we need to invest in replenishing our fleet. We'll be working with the CAO and the deputy CAO on the upcoming capital budget request to include a full request for replacement and replenishment of our heavy equipment. But that's something that's a priority and will need to happen to make sure that we have the necessary equipment to make sure that cleanup can happen in a timely fashion. That's all we had. So happy to answer any questions or feedback from
Mr. Reese?
The crews are looking into single-use plastic bag issues such as biodegradable bags. There is a committee or group of folks that are looking into that. So I appreciate you bringing it up because we're well aware. We try to keep them on the float per the ordinance, and then as you stated, the wind picks them up and blows them into the street. So we are working on that issue, just so you're aware, and, you know, potential solutions like biodegradable bags, individual bags for a gross of beads is something that we're looking at depending on cost. Thanks.
Thank you.
Before you go, obviously you've heard the ongoing conversation about human waste being left behind. Is that something that your crews are encountering with these tents that are being utilized as fake porta potties?
Yeah, absolutely. We encounter everything that's left. I mean, it's for us, and as you see, it's things are removed. So whatever's left is for us, whether it's human waste, cooking oil, hot coals, things like that, and it can be challenging when it comes to human waste specifically in these tents. Sometimes they're left and they're easily discernible. You see the tent, they haven't moved. There's a bucket inside. We take the bucket if we can. We dump it into an existing portalette to get rid of the human waste, throw the bucket away. But a lot of times what people do is they'll throw their debris with other debris and commingle it, and it creates problems from that perspective. Human waste certainly is, but hot coals are actually the biggest problem. Every year during Mardi Gras, we have fires and equipment because people will take hot coals, they will bury them with other debris or dump their charcoal out, and we will not see it. We will pick it up and a fire will start in the back of a garbage truck or a dump truck. It happens. We dump the load. It takes time for fire to come, put it out. We have to clean it up again. But every year it happens because it's impossible in these large piles to see some of this debris, and human waste gets mixed in as well. And that's awful for anywhere, but especially folks that live on these streets after the parades to have to deal with that.
And also, I imagine it's not great for your overworked staff to be in the middle of picking up waste and finding these little gifts that are left by people that are pretty awful.
You're absolutely right. And I can't commend all of the teams that work with us enough for what they do on the Mardi Gras parade route, whether it's picking up things that nobody else would want to pick up, to dealing with folks that are out there upset that we're obstructing them while we're cleaning up or getting in their way of going somewhere. They're courteous, they're professional, and they get the job done every year. So I can't commend them enough.
But we appreciate you being here. The board is clear. Obviously, we'll be working with you as we figure out what we're going to do next year. Particularly, like I said, I think, as we said when Michael was up here, part of our kind of righteous rage regarding these porta potty tents, a lot of it revolves around the fact that the city and city employees have to clean that up when you leave it. Because these people who put up these tents and do this kind of behavior, they don't clean up after themselves. I mean, these aren't the kind of people that think much beyond themselves because they're putting out porta potty tents. But these are the kind of things where when people ask, for example, why the council is considering banning tents, we've given an inch over the years and it's turned into 10 miles. And now we have to revisit whether we should have given the inch to begin with. But I appreciate you being here today. I appreciate everything your staff does during Mardi Gras. They're really fantastic.
Councilmember, I have one online comment for sanitation.
Yep.
This is from Carter Johnson. He says cleanup in neighborhood staging areas must improve. The city takes care to clean up along the route, but it is generally the crew's responsibility to clean the staging areas, which is done subpar, if even done at all. This is particularly annoying with the horse mess. A checks and balances system should be put in place to ensure accountability. Crews should team up with the neighborhood association for that area, and a block captain should be eyes on the street. In staging areas that had horses, a city street cleaner sweeper should be required, even if a scooper was on site. Lingering residue and smell can last for weeks. If parade permit fees were raised, which are currently much lower than second line fees, then the city could cover cleanup in the staging areas and possibly additional police patrol. That's it.
Thank you. That's all we got, Mr. Torrey. Appreciate it. I see Ms. Zarilla is back there now. Come on up from the SPCA.
Good morning. My name is Anna Zarilla, and I'm the CEO of the Louisiana SPCA. I'm joined this morning by Catherine Destreza, who is the Director of Operations for New Orleans Humane Law and Rescue, and works directly with our officers that enforce all of the ordinances. So this morning, we've prepared a short presentation to walk through some of the issues and concerns regarding horses that participate in parades. And for us, it goes beyond Mardi Gras because there are parades at all different times of the year. There are events at all different times of the year that involve equine. And so some of the recommendations that we're making is specific because of Mardi Gras, but needs to be considered in the larger context of public safety for all events in New Orleans that include equine. So chapter 18.338 currently defines what information must be filed by anyone who is keeping horses and mules. This does not apply just to parades. This is for any individual that owns horses or mules or any stable that keeps them. And it's some real basic information, the name of the owner, the number of animals that are being stabled at that location, the address, proof of a negative Coggins test, annual vaccinations, and the conditions that are listed are really just the basic ones that are zoonotic. So these are conditions that can be spread between humans and animals. And so there is a public health purpose in requiring these ones. So Eastern and Western encephalitis, West Nile virus, and rabies. And then any other information that's necessary for proper sanitary regulations on the premises. So it isn't very specific about what that means. And that is an area that perhaps needs to be considered, particularly based on some of the comments just now around the waste that needs to be dealt with. One of the questions we often get is, what is the process that we follow in order to manage the horses in parades? So our process actually starts about 4 months before Mardi Gras season, where we proactively reach out to the Mardi Gras crews and ask for information about whether or not they intend to have equine in their parades, so that we can start collecting the information that is in the ordinance. Clubs are required to self-report which horses are going to be in the parades and which parades they're going to be participating in. And the club, the riding club itself, is the group that's responsible for submitting the paperwork for each horse that's going to participate. The requirements are the ones that you just saw on the previous slide. So it is pretty minimal in terms of what's required to be submitted for a horse to be able to participate in the parades.
Oh, stop there for a second. So the clubs are required to self-report.
Yes.
I'm assuming, and I'm saying that, and you're probably going to correct me way. How does SPCA find out when you have unauthorized clubs that did not self-report that joined a parade? But visually, do y'all just peg them when they go through?
Well, at the day of the parade, we have the list that the club produced of the rider and the horse. And each horse has an identification, whether it's a microchip, a brand, or a tattoo. So our officers go out, ensure it's the correct rider, it's the correct horse. We don't always know if unauthorized horses enter a parade. We meet the horse crews at a predetermined point prior to their lineup spot in that particular parade, and we do our check there. But if horses enter, we wouldn't necessarily know.
Okay, thank you. Oh, sorry, follow up.
Yeah, so I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but if you have drunk riders, for example, is that the responsibility of the crew, the responsibility of you all to check before they get there? I mean, how do we, I'm just trying to balance how we enforce, because I'm not going to sit here and wag my finger at the public and say you have enforcement if we have crew issues as well.
Right. If at the beginning when we're checking, if the horse appears to not be healthy, or the rider appears incapacitated, we do seek the help of NOPD who support us to remove that rider and horse from the parade. So if we see something or detect that at the beginning at our check, we will pull them, and NOPD supports us with that.
Well, I think, and like I said, we're kind of hopping around a little bit, but I think it's important for us, as we know from my staff, Julia watching hours of tape. Many crews should already know this, but pretty much the entire route, we have tape of the entire route. And I think that if, obviously, I guess the concern will be when we get to slide 5, you may not start the route drunk, but you may end the route drunk. I think that's something that we're going to have to address when we get to that slide is who's responsible? Is it the riding crew? Is it the overall crew itself? Somebody has to ultimately be responsible and make sure the law is followed. But keep going. I'm sorry for interrupting you.
So right now, I don't see that in the ordinances, there's any language around the rider and their I'm just gonna call it being fit to ride.
Right.
Meaning experienced and able to handle that animal and sufficiently capacitated in the moment of riding that would fall under anyone's enforcement. So I do think there is a gap there that
Now you brought to mind, this is the lawyer talking. Is the crew or rider required to be insured for the horses?
so that's outside of the
Okay.
animal ordinance.
So that's
piece,
what
and I
you don't
think
know.
That's,
Okay.
I don't know the answer to that. I haven't seen any requirements here, but that doesn't mean that in some other part of the ordinances, there isn't some insurance requirement.
We can find that out pretty shortly.
Okay.
One of the insurance folks is actually in the audience, so we can get that answer. But I can tell you that from the crew's perspective, there is language in every single internal crew memorandum regarding riders, regarding their fitness to ride. And that's both riding on a float or riding on a horse. And there's obviously 2 cases. There are riding clubs
Right.
that are riding in the parade. And then there are several parades that contract with a horse stables, if you will, to have members of their crew ride those horses as lieutenants or sergeants or whatever in the parade. In either instance, I think from an enforcement perspective, we do internally, from the crew's perspective, make sure that the riders understand that whether you're coming in as an outside club rider or whether you're a member of the crew riding on a horse with whom we have contracted, I know for a fact that every crew has language in there regarding the fitness of the rider, level of sobriety, if you will, and their abilities as a horse person to actually handle the animal. Many of them have grooms, and then it's up to the individual rider whether or not you want to try and handle the horse on your own or to which extent you would like the groom, given your inefficiency, to handle the horse for you.
Jay,
And there are grooms for every single horse. In the case that the crew has contracted with a stables, if you will, I know that those stables provide grooms for each horse. I don't know about the riding clubs. I think they're just individual,
Yep.
generally more experienced riders as members of that club.
James, my question for you is, have you ever, or do you know of instances where you've pulled riders off of horses who appear to be incapacitated? Because I can tell you just from being an observer of Mardi Gras for the past 22 years, that I've seen riders on horses that look like they're about to fall off because they're drunk.
The answer is yes, absolutely. We've removed riders from both floats. And I can only speak for my particular organization, but being involved in several others as a rider, I have seen it where riders have been removed from both floats and certainly from horseback where they're not able to continue the ride because they've become too intoxicated.
Okay.
You don't catch everyone because, it's a moving entity and you don't see everything while the parade is going on. But to the extent that individual enforcement within the crews needs to happen, I can assure you it is happening. How often, I don't know the statistics on that, but it does happen.
And then for the riders themselves, who are crew riders, not club riders, is there any requirement that they train for months or a year before to know how to ride a horse correctly?
There's not at least in the Rex organization, there is not a written procedure for that, but it is requested that they all, and most all of them do or have been riding horses, and we check that by.
Okay.
And I think most organizations, I can't speak for them directly, but on behalf of the MMGAC, I know that we discussed that in our meetings and that most of the crews that have riders who may have not had proficiency in the past, they are requested, and we tell the stables that as well, that we request that they go and take a riding lesson, and most of them do.
Okay,
So the requirements or the process for us is that our officers are at the lineup of the parade. I will say that the actual location is a little bit of a challenge because the horse groups don't always have a designated spot. So on the day of the parade, we're in contact with them to find out what corner are they lining up at, because that changes and moves. And so again, something to consider in terms of how the waste is being handled, as well as just efficiency on our side. If we're trying to track down where is the horse group, it's taking some extra time to find them because they don't have a specific starting location where they all can line up. So we match up the horse to the paperwork that we receive to verify same horse, same paperwork. So it's either a microchip or a lip tattoo. And then our officer does what I would describe as a cursory once over to make sure there's nothing obviously wrong with the horse. So there's no open wounds, it's not limping, there's nothing that visibly looks wrong. Our officers are not veterinarians, and so they do not have the ability to certify the horse in any way other than just their experience and their training on the job. Just looking at the horse and saying appears to be okay to ride. It can take us up to 2 hours to make sure that every horse has been checked, make sure that there aren't any horses that are showing up at the parade that have not submitted their paperwork and been cleared to ride, and that there isn't anything obviously wrong. To the question earlier, because we're checking at the horse's staging location that they've determined, that doesn't mean that there isn't an opportunity for another horse that was not part of that group to join at a different point lining up for the parade. So there is some, there have been, let me put it that way, at least this past year, there were horses that joined in at least one parade that we're aware of that was not at the staging location, was not cleared, beforehand to parade. And so the system is not as tight as perhaps it could be.
You do get the lineup though, correct? From NOPD, which group is between which floats, and you do have the full lineup. I think JP's question was regarding a full element slipping into the parade, not just an individual horse.
Well, I mean, I think the question we're gonna have, and for a lot of the things on, we're in slide 5 yet? No, we go to slide 5. I think you're talking about slide 5 at this point.
Yep.
I think when you look at a lot of these ongoing issues, and particularly, I would highlight, like you said, number 3, but I would also highlight 4 and 5, particularly 4 and 5, because nothing is more, well, don't say nothing. It is quite upsetting for people to witness abuse on the route. If somebody is propping a horse, if somebody is fighting with their horse, it takes away from the experience.
Right.
And I know there's an assumption that horses just love being in crowds. I would argue it's probably the opposite. And the danger of having horses that are not trained to be in a crowd, in a crowded area, is a very, very dangerous proposition. I guess the question generally I have about 3 through 5 is, in current law, who has the responsibility if one of these things occurs?
So I'm not aware of where any of this is in the current laws. If a rider number 4 is seen, mistreating a horse, and we had that incident a few years ago of someone, kind of pulling to the side and whipping their horse, and it was all caught on video, cruelty falls under Louisiana SPCA. In that incident, it was a grainy video and there was no information on the rider. And it really took the community coming forward and saying, oh, I know who that is, and giving us that information. And so there is an information piece missing around the riders and their specific horse for us to be able to enforce any kind of cruelty ordinance that's already in chapter 18, that's separate and apart from just the horse.
I think something we're gonna have to look at, because we're gonna go later on to later parts of this meeting, talking about when a violation happens and what are the responsibilities of it. I think if there's a need to revisit the ordinances to outline responsibility, if you are a existing element, a crew, a riding crew, a riding group, riding club, whatever you want to call it, and you enter a parade route, I think just like we tell the larger crews, you have responsibilities for your members. Those riding clubs need to have responsibilities for their members. And we know that there are very specific things that are required. You have to go get the inspection beforehand. You have to make sure the person is fit to ride, all these things. This seems around the horses, a lot of self-reporting, kind of your self-policing. And I mean, that's great till it's not. I think that we need to clearly delineate that responsibility falls on the clubs. Like, for example, if you've got a grainy video, but you know which club it is.
Yep.
You don't know which person it is, then it becomes much easier to enforce if you go, well, if no one's going to step forward, the whole club's banned. You can't ride in parades anymore. Or the fine goes to the whole club. Like, I think that we're going to have to look at, particularly, I think it's going to be less of an issue for the horses that are part of crews themselves, because the crews have their own mechanism for tracking that. With the riding clubs, they should know what the rules are. They should follow the rules. If they don't follow the rules, we can clearly delineate what the responsibility is, which could be fines or could just be you're not allowed to participate in Mardi Gras anymore.
Right.
But I think that is the biggest stick you can bring to any particular riding crew, because the riding clubs do enjoy being part of the process. We enjoy having them when they follow the law, but unless you've got a stick on the back end of it, then when you have a horrific incident, then everyone's like, well, you know, it's grainy video. I know who that guy is. Well, the club he was riding with, they all know who that guy was.
Right.
And you shouldn't have had to have hope the community would have someone step forward. Someone has to have ultimate responsibility.
Agreed. So this one is just some of the issues that we've seen over the years. I think are aware drunk riders. I know this year we had a rider at the beginning of a parade, and then OPD assisted with removing that rider from the situation. One that may not be as obvious, but spectators arriving at the parades on their own horses. Not what we intended when we said there could be equine in parades. And one of the challenges is just the manpower, person power to address those issues, and those horses it's not appropriate, it's not legal, they should not and cannot be at the beginning of a parade. Individual horses joining a parade. I don't know that I've seen entire clubs or heard of entire clubs joining, but certainly we've had reports of individual horses joining. Mistreatment. And then I think the biggest public safety threat is horses that are not conditioned for crowds. And certainly, we know that there are horses that are conditioned. So when you think about, mounted police and OPD, those horses are trained and conditioned for loud noises, for, festival scenes, for Bourbon Street, for those kinds of events. A lot of individual horses that are ridden, for enjoyment and as a hobby do not have that level of conditioning. And so you have people that walk up to the horses while the parades are stalled or pausing and approach the horse from behind and can be kicked and injured pretty significantly. We also, know that if a horse gets spooked on the parade route, that we could have some really dangerous and potentially catastrophic outcomes. And so I don't want to glaze over that last one, because I do think it is something that we want to really take seriously and want to consider how do we ensure that the parades remain safe and that no one is injured or something worse happens because the horses really are not prepared. They're not trained. They're not conditioned to be in loud crowds across the board.
I think one of the recurring themes we're hearing from each department is the duration of the parade day. There are 9 parading days, 35 parading crews. And we're consistently trying to mitigate a lot of these risks by shortening that time window. Is it safe to assume that that would be helpful to these issues, that having the horses, whether they're a riding group as an element within a parade, or whether they're a group of horses with crew riders on them, having them on the street for less hours is going to help some of these issues? And is there a time frame in your mind that a horse has been on the street too long?
I don't think the time really is gonna make a difference. The only one that I would imagine it making a difference is on drunk riders, because the longer the rider is on the parade route and drinking, the more likely is you're gonna have a drunk rider unfit to ride. The other safety issues really are more about the training and conditioning of the horse, as well as the rider's skill and the rider's ability to manage that horse. And so I don't know that it matters if it's an hour or
8 hours?
8 hours a day that that horse is out. And Catherine, correct me if you have another perspective. I think it's an inherent risk of just having the horses involved in the parades, and these being horses that are not necessarily trained and conditioned for it.
Thank you.
So the next slide is some recommendations. Currently, the requirements that are in the ordinance are pretty minimal. And what they don't address is whether the horses have any conditions that could be infectious to other horses. So they are in tight groups, whether they're brought in by stables or in those clubs. So strangles is the additional vaccination that the veterinarians are recommending, because it is highly contagious and it is a reportable disease to the state. And the additional requirement to have a health certificate from a licensed veterinarian is being recommended. Right now, you have to have a health certificate if you're bringing the horse in from out of state, but that does not mean that if you're bringing it from outside of the parish or even within the parish, that a veterinarian has certified that this animal is healthy and does not have conditions that are contagious. And I think that's really the key piece, is the health certificate is the one piece that the veterinarian says, not only is this animal vaccinated, but it is not carrying, as at the time of the certification, anything that is contagious, and that would be to humans or other animals. So we are also recommending that there be a rider application. The recommendation is to collect the information about the riders, so that in the event that there is an issue or a problem, that information lives somewhere, whether it is with the club, whether it is, with the city, us, another agency. So the basic information about the rider, where they stable their horse, what is that rider's experience? And we are recommending at least a year experience if they're going to be riding in a parade. And then a description of the kind of training or experience that they have. And again, it is to set an expectation for public safety, that we have people that are riding horses that know how to read a horse's behavior, that are going to be skilled in how to manage that animal in that setting.
I just on that point, I think there's two issues there. One, for the individual riding clubs, I think that would be between on the city's behalf, that'd be between the city and the club itself. The crews, I think, already sign an affidavit that we're in compliance with whatever the ordinances are in terms of safety for the animals. But we wouldn't be in a position, no crew would be in a position to release individual names to a singular department of the city as to who's riding on those horses. We could attest to the fact that they've got a minimum of 1 year experience, and that the organization with whom we're contracting, the stables, if you will, is providing and has all this information, which they do. They have the names of the riders.
But we'd also be operating under the assumption that if a incorrect or bad situation occurred, and there was evidence that a crew was involved, the crew would let the city know who that person was, correct?
Well, I don't know that we would let you know who it is, depending on the circumstance. If there was illegal activity, we would have no choice.
So if we have an instance where we see a horse mistreated on the route and that person is costumed and we say, who was the person mistreating that horse? You guys would say, no, thank you.
I'm not sure we would say no, thank you, but I would know that we have inter crew policies regarding discipline. That rider would be disciplined and he'd no longer be allowed to ride.
Right, but that was.
If he did something illegal per the law,
Yes,
then yes, of course, we would have to provide you.
that's the clarity I wanted.
If he broke the law, we would.
Yes, that's what I care about. All right, thank you.
I do think that we do keep these names internal and the stables have them, but that would be between the riding groups of outside elements as to how it pertains to that.
Yeah, I guess first, when I went to law school, I never dreamed I'd be legislating people drinking on horseback, but that's where it looks like we may be. And secondly, the point Councilmember Morel is making, I think we're gonna have to really talk about being more serious about stopping the parade to address these issues and really making examples out of people and organizations that are doing something wrong. I think, Councilmember Harris, you said you've seen it. I think we've all seen it for a long time. And just sort of turning our head the other way and saying, well, this is Mardi Gras isn't going to suffice. And candidly, in my view, there's a difference between you or anybody is on a float, you're drinking, you're harnessed. There is somebody who is driving that, who is not impaired, versus your horseback. You have beer, you have a flask, and you're mishandling an animal. And so I don't want this to be where every minor infraction, we say we're stopping Mardi Gras and we're going to correct every little thing that happens. But I think if somebody is not on the list and they sneak into the parade, then we have to be willing to say we're going to do it. And I'm also a firm believer on this, short-term rentals, other quality of life issues. If you start making examples out of people early on, you'll get the message.
Absolutely.
Go ahead on slide 8, because I think slide 8, I'll comment after slide 8.
So slide 8 is suggesting some additional requirements that may help identify more quickly animals that are sliding in. So one of the things that we have not done in the past and that we're proposing is having a physical hip tag that we would provide annually once the animal has been, all the documents have been verified, so that there is a visual on every horse that shows this horse has been cleared to ride, the paperwork was submitted. We're suggesting, that the parade captains be responsible for what happens, meaning if they're unregistered horses that are joining the parade, if their riders or handlers are unable to maintain control of the horse, if the horse collapses, is injured or mistreated along the ride, that it be the crew that is responsible for, what's happened in their parade. And for me, that's important because we want to know that the crew is as invested in knowing that the horses going in the parade are fit to ride and that the riders are following, the requirements versus holding just the individual accountable for their own behavior.
And I think there will have to be a delineation between the horses that are managed by crews who are crew members riding it and the riding clubs themselves.
Exactly.
I do think that for the horses that are being ridden by crew members, that's an appropriate requirement. For the horses that are ridden by riding clubs, that would have to be internal to those. But I will say, to Councilman Druso's point, we saw it this year when we, as council members, would report infractions. There is a reticence of the city to say, wait, stop, we're going to handle that. They go, oh, we'll deal with that at the end. I don't think that's going to work going forward. I think that if we see a club that is mistreating a course, a club that has riders that are intoxicated or other violations, you don't get to finish the parade. That's like seeing someone during the middle of a sporting event who's obviously cheating or doing something untowards, or they've got a concussion or they're injured. You don't finish the football game. You stop the game, you remove the people that are involved, and you continue the game. And I think to Councilman Drusso's point, there has to be a willingness on the city's part to go, no, you don't get to keep doing the fun thing if you're doing something wrong. And I think in particular, because I think this is from my experience when I've seen it, a lot of what we're describing happens with the clubs, not the crews. I think the clubs are much more informal. The clubs don't have membership that are aware of the fact that if they are not insured, if they do something untoward that's going to risk the crew's insurance, they just are a lot more informal. And I think when you're talking about riders joining along the route, that is more than likely not a fully costumed crew member. It's a guy with a cowboy hat who rides this horse into the crowd. So I think I agree we're going to have to figure out the spheres of responsibility. I think the hip tag idea is an excellent idea because anything that makes it easy for someone to spot when there's a violation. I mean, I know for some of these horses, they literally have tattoos on their lip. You can't check that during a parade. You can't stop up. Let's check all your lips. But if we had hip tags, anybody could say, well, that horse doesn't have a tag. Let me write down that rider. Let me go report that from this riding crew. So I think having hip tags, having them issued the day of the parade so that people can't see what the hip tags look like beforehand or duplicate them or move them around. I think that would be an excellent way of making it easier for us to do enforcement and also to track the people when something bad does happen because they'll have a hip tag with a number, color, something on it, an identifiable marker that if something happens, you can report it.
Council member, the other thing I think we need to be aware of is that many of these clubs run in multiple parades. And so if there is an infraction in one parade by a particular rider or a particular club, that they are not allowed to ride in further parades.
And I'm going to ask Catherine, because you work with the officers more directly than I do, but a mechanism for us to communicate to those other clubs. I don't know that we necessarily have that in the moment. So if, you know, a horse is in a morning parade and there's been an infraction and that club is not able to ride in other parades that day or moving forward, having
as Mr. Reese said, for the most part, all of the parades that are doing the right thing, all the elements are listed. So once, if we have an instance where a riding club does something that disqualifies them, we should have the mechanism to communicate to all the crews that club's been disqualified. And then the crews can, that they show up, they'll say, sorry guys, you're not allowed to ride today. You've been flagged by the city.
It would be NOPD. So NOPD has the lineups much like you do. And so if an instance like that occurred and one of the groups was prohibited from riding in future parades, either that day or the next day or the next week, it would be up to NOPD to say, you have been banned and your group is not authorized to ride.
Okay. Well,
I just want to add very quickly, like, we had the issue with the tandem floats and we corrected that. And I guess maybe a couple of years ago, I would have said, well, is this really going to be an issue? But now that we've seen people affected, we have to take all of these things seriously simultaneously. And I mean, these aren't hypotheticals anymore.
Right.
These are actual things that are happening. And I don't think we're sitting up here trying to dream of worst case scenarios. We've seen it. And I think the time to act is now, and just making sure the enforcement is good and that everybody's properly educated.
Yeah, I would say from the crew's perspective, we're more than happy to have these issues or instances of violations enforced because most of this is already written into law. So there's no need to change a law. It's just a matter of enforcing the existing laws on the books. And the crews want everybody to be safe, and we love having the horses in the parade. I think it adds an aesthetic that is super important to Mardi Gras. But we want to do it safely, and we try to internally police it as best we can. I've seen, you know, intoxicated riders removed by NOPD or by other members of that crew. And we have no problem with these proposals as they are stated here. So thank you.
I think the other request we would have would be to work more closely with NOPD because our team is pretty small in comparison to the number of parades and just the rest of the public safety work that we do. You know, fully staffed, we have 7 officers, right? And so during Mardi Gras, when we talk about, 9 days of parades, 35 parades rolling, how can we make sure that NOPD, whoever the officers are that are working those parades, are briefed, they know the animal piece, the horse piece in particular, so that they feel comfortable, whether that is pulling a rider, whether that is pulling the whole club, right then and there, because the likelihood of us having the people power to staff the entire parade route is none.
Yeah, I
We
think-
can do the inspection on the front end,
I
but
certainly don't think anyone up here believes that if we have a riding club halfway through the route that gets flagged, that you guys are gonna run from the,
Right.
from the front of the route to the back and escort them off. I think that that's gonna be a burden that's put on an OPD. It's unfortunate, but to Councilman Drusso's point, I think once you have one example, everyone will shape up fairly quickly. I think that part of the challenge we're gonna have, and we saw it this year, I mean, Councilman Drusso in particular got flooded with complaints real time during the routes and reported them up the chain. And repeatedly we got, well, it's a problem, but we'll deal with it at the end. And the problem is that if you see aggressively bad behavior and there's no immediate repercussion, one, a lot of it gets lost in the shuffle and we've had to go back on the video post parade and figure it out. But more importantly, when someone does something that's obviously illegal and dangerous, you have to address the issue as it occurs. And if that requires us stopping a parade for 20, 30 minutes to remove the element. I mean, one thing that we saw repeatedly, I know, was instances in which we heard of floats doing things that were actually illegal. And we had threatened last year, we could pull that float out and make them, and we didn't do it. And the reality is, as long as the city is unwilling to do that, then you're never going to get people to really change their behavior, because if the enforcement mechanism is I get to finish my ride, get reprimanded by my crew, and no one ever actually has anything happen, the worst you're looking at the $250 fine that a person is going to hide in a crowd and not pay. That behavior has to change. And I mean, this is just an easier example because it's easier when you're dealing with riding clubs because they're an element within a parade, and removing an element, though it is difficult, is much less difficult necessarily than pulling a float. But we'll talk about that with other parts. But the point is that generally speaking, we need to be more aggressive when we see violations, particularly ones that deal with safety of the public and safety of the animal.
And I will say, when the ordinance, and this is now back to 2012, when we put the requirements in that documents had to be provided in advance, the horses had to be inspected at the beginning of the parade, we saw immediately groups drop out. We saw horses that for years had been riding and were problematic no longer ride. So I do think that, to your point, having that enforcement, they know every year we're going to be there at the beginning of the parade, we're going to be checking. So whatever the additional pieces are that get added, knowing that we are going to enforce it on the front end and partnering with NOPD that it will be enforced throughout the parade, I think is what's going to be key to create the safest environment that we can for the community and ensure that, when horses participate in the parade, it is a positive experience and a safe experience for everyone.
I think also one thing that could be helpful is the next crew captains or MMGAC meeting is in July, I believe. And we all know that the Super Bowl is coming, even with Mardi Gras late this year. So I think this, along with our regular permitting process, we can get a lot of this information, if it would help to these departments, I think really early, and work as a collective group to try and get the process done early, knowing that we've got a lot of distractions with the Super Bowl.
Yep, we'd be happy to support that in any way we can.
All right, well,
Any
thank
other
you.
questions? Anything else?
No, I think the board's clear.
Okay.
We appreciate y'all being here today. I look forward to working with you. All right,
Thank you.
Colin, you're up.
Morning, council and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you about after action review that we did on March 8th for Mardi Gras 2024. I'll start out by saying presentation that I've given you is heavily culled down from a much larger presentation that we had with other city departments. Everyone had input and we certainly appreciated that. What I tried to do today, just for the sake of brevity and for the sake of, you know, what I think you are looking to hear and accomplish today is kind of some of the overarching themes that we saw from that after action review. Some of the things that we find from some of the departments are maybe a little more mundane and things that are easily correctable. One-off maybe challenges or things that happen that we were able to correct. Some of the things that I was, wanted to talk about today are maybe some of the more long-standing or potentially larger challenges that, that could be addressed through ordinance change. It could be addressed through enforcement, of course, and other things. So one of the things we noted this year was construction along the parade route and the coordination of that construction between Public Works and Sewage and Water Board. One of the things that I've proposed and that I'd like to do for next year is actually work with RTA and potentially get a bus. And I want to put everybody on the bus at certain intervals before Mardi Gras and actually ride the route both uptown and mid-city. And so we're all on the same page about some of these issues that, inevitably kind of pop up right before the parade season. And I think that would be a good idea as kind of a good clearinghouse of being able to do that. And so one of the bigger challenges we had was a sewage and water board issue at Orleans and near Orleans and Galvez. And that was affected the Zulu route. And I think the runtime of Zulu, because the floats had to both slow down and tighten up to get through what the engineers said was a safe width of street that they could make it with such weight on them, which they did with no issues. But when you also add in thousands of crowd members and areas that typically don't have barricades, it did slow down Zulu, I think, quite a bit this year compared to previous years. And I think crowds in general, and I'll get into this in a little bit, crowds in general have created a slower roll of parades on a yearly basis. What we've noted from our public safety agencies and what I've heard today, both from Parks and Parkways and from sanitation, vehicles along the parade route, particularly vehicles on the backside of the route. Endymion has become a big challenge. That lakebound side of Canal Street has become somewhat of a parking lot. Towing enforcement does everything they can, but at some point it becomes quite untenable. And that creates issues for EMS, potentially for fire if they have to make a response in there. As we know, law enforcement's pretty much already on the route, but if something larger happened that they would need to get into, it does present challenges for us along the route. St. Charles is not nearly to the level that Endymion is as far as the mid-city route. But again, Endymion's a massive parade. It's that one day. It draws a lot of attention, both from, residents in the city and residents coming in from outside the area in vehicles. And so that does present a challenge. One of the things that we have done is to build safe corridors, particularly at Galvez, where EMS can have access from uptown or downtown to University Medical Center. We'd like to increase that, the ability to do that, but we are somewhat challenged with the amount of barricades we have and also just staffing and the size of the parades. And so that's one of the other challenges. Some of the things we're working on in the area of, please.
Can I just ask, all right, so is this on Marconi, on Orleans, City Park Avenue? All three are problems when it comes to obstructions and not having
It's mainly, from what I've noted, it's mainly Canal Street. I think that just because it is such a thoroughfare and it does, the other streets all have issues, particularly on that Saturday, really no other time other than on Endymion. I would just say that obviously the importance of Canal Street and the length of Canal Street, it cuts the city in half. And so, it does make it, increasingly more difficult for vehicles to get, emergency vehicles, tow trucks, service vehicles, public works, everyone to get from uptown to downtown without doing what we call the up and over, which is either getting on I-10 or getting on 610 and crossing over to the other side and dropping back down onto the surface streets.
And just for clarification, because I think it's important to like note it in a way people can understand. The challenge on Canal Street is that because you have you're going the downtown route of the parade's going, the uptown or lakeside is where the parade is not going. What has increasingly become problematic is during the parade, people just park their cars all along the street.
Double and triple park.
Double and triple park. And
on the backside, right?
yeah, and basically they don't understand that though a parade is certainly made Canal Street not operable during that period, the lake-bound lane still has to be clear because that's how the city, the Homeland Security, whether it's EMS, fire, police, they have to have access to that route to go up and down the parade route.
Correct.
And the challenge is that if you have 20 rows of cars triple parked, towing enforcement cannot clear that.
Correct.
And I think the question is going to become from an enforcement side, like with many of these issues, how do we create mechanisms to increase the penalties to make it so egregious that that behavior is corrected? Because right now, even a tow is typically just you pay the tow company, you pay the city, it's fine. And depending on the person involved, either they care a lot about their car and have the means to go and get their car out, or they don't care a lot about their car and they just leave their car there for the foreseeable future until they get it back. Neither of those as the current options helps you clear the street.
Right.
So obviously we always hope that education will not do that, but we have to figure out now what mechanism we will have to use to be able to solve that. I mean, Councilman Druso chairs budget. It's just paying to go find money, but I've floated since this year. We really need to get a better accounting from all departments that are affected, what is necessary, because obviously our existing partners with tow enforcement, they don't have the resources to do the towing.
Right.
We may have to begin the process of staffing up towing and using outside resources to bring more towing in, because as I mentioned previously, and we'll get into that with the U-Haul trucks, these people are pretty slick. They'll break the law and know that by the time you get around to enforcing them breaking the law, usually they can scurry away. You have to have mechanisms in place where the response is immediate, the repercussion is immediate, whether it be if you're parking a U-Haul, we boot it so that the car gets taken and impounded, or if you're blocking the street with triple parking, that you come back and your car's already gone. It has to be, the mechanisms have to be really have some sort of immediate repercussion so that people, both the people who are doing it and the public that sees it, if a guy sees triple park cars being towed, they're gonna say, wait a second, I should never triple park my car during Mardi Gras. They will tow that dang thing immediately. So we're gonna need from y'all.
I think another potential is, but again, it takes staffing and resources is, adequately barricading the backside of the route as well. And that's a discussion that I'm happy to have. I've had my team over the years figure out numbers on just what it would look like and how many barricades would be needed to barricade both the mid-city and the uptown route completely from formation to disband. And, it's a large number, but it's what other cities do.
And it's cheaper than hiring the extra tow trucks. So, I mean, I think that's something that we definitely need to consider.
Well, another problem too is it's a public safety issue as well.
Correct.
I've
If
talked.
EMS can't get to the hospital, that's a huge problem.
Or if somebody parks a truck there that has a bomb in it.
Right.
I mean, I think that's the other big issue is you have a lot of soft targets as a result, and we don't want to have that.
Right. I put in the last bullet point about, Super Bowl. We've already taken a call it Super Gras next year or Mardi Bowl. Because we do have definitely a very tight schedule with Mardi Gras and the Super Bowl coming to town. But I think it talks about more of a longer standing issue, and that's how many days we have of parades and the availability of slots to reschedule those. We did have one weather day this year that we had to reschedule some parades. The crews have been tremendous with working with us on that. So has the National Weather Service. Local broadcast meteorologists here as well have really assisted us in making safe decisions about trying to thread the needle around moving parades, even an hour or two, starting an hour early, starting an hour late, or even moving a parade to the next day or to the next available time slot. But those time slots are very few and far between. One of the things we did a few years ago was, NOPD kind of came together with the rest of the city departments when we were looking at particularly Title 34 or Section 34 and Mardi Gras is how many, what's the right size of parades. We did come up with, through the, advice of NOPD and others, that 30 parades seemed to be the number that we thought was manageable. That number was set, although we realized we had 34 parades at the time. The number was set that way intentionally, that as parades drop off in the future, if that happens, no evidence that will happen. But if in the future parades were to drop off of the list, that we would still leave the cap at 30. So I think that some thought and maybe discussion needs to go into where we are with Mardi Gras. Mardi Gras, post Katrina has grown. The riders, the crews, the floats, the elements, the non-float elements, everything has grown exponentially, in the last 20 years. Our staffing, our resources, and our model of Mardi Gras essentially has not changed all that much, and in many cases, particularly with staffing, has gotten smaller. And so I think those are the kind of things that, discussions that we need to
Colin, to your
have.
point, we're gonna address that later today in D, and the number of element issue has become an issue. We already have on the books, I believe, and James can correct me if I'm wrong, it's one element.
That's correct. You're allowed 12 elements prior to the first float, and then you're allowed one element in between each float.
And we have plenty of evidence that has become viewed as a suggestion, not the law. And there needs to be there will be an effort, and we'll talk about it later on, but I think that there needs to be recognition that that is the law and that you can only have one element. And to be clear, and James has educated me this repeatedly, the support vehicles for a band are part of the element of the band, but there needs to be a conversation. We're going to start today about what that looks like, what the elements are, and that if crews want to change the number of elements, we do that on the front end, not the back end, and just kind of ignore the fact the law is there. But to your point, Mardi Gras has gotten bigger. We never thought we'd have so many crews that were bumping against the maximum number of floats as we do now. So that is part of the conversation, and obviously we'll talk later on, but the amount of cost that pass through the city per day has gone up exponentially.
I mean, it's a great problem to have.
Right.
It's a great event. It's just, I think, right sizing our response as well, I think, is going to be something that has to be taken a serious look at. And then if I might add that when you're having those discussions, I'd love to help in any way that I can. And then the other thing is we, by ordinance, heavily regulate the crews and the floats, but there isn't as much about the non-float elements and what they should consist of, age requirements, just kind of consistency there, I think is something that should be looked at because, I was very interested in the Anna's discussion about the horses. I mean, to Councilmember Harris's point, some of these horses, I've dealt with 2 horse fatalities in probably the last 5 years on the route. One was a horse that slipped and pulled up lame and had to be euthanized, which is incredibly difficult to witness. And then the other died from what we found out was bloat. And with those large animals, if they are exercised and worked and stressed to a point, and then fed, and then they get out there and work and stressed again, that's a serious consideration and the horse just up and died right on the parade route, right in the circle. And dealing with that was really difficult, just trying to pull the resources together to find someone to come in and remove the remains from the parade route was difficult. And not to mention the delay to the parade and some other things, but beyond that, it was difficult. So I think that a look at the non-float elements of the parades should be something that, you know, I'd certainly be interested in assisting with as well.
And these discussions for the city council, we've had these repeatedly in our MMGAC meetings. The crews are well aware that what the ordinance states and are very much trying to keep within those guidelines. The age limits you mentioned for participants in a parade are in the ordinance already. It becomes a matter of enforcement, I think, which is very important, and that all the crews agree that we want to follow the letter of the law for those as well, and reduce the time that we're on the street. Too much of a good thing is still too much. And I think the MMGAC and New Orleans and Company's commission of the economic impact study is fantastic in that it showcases that this growing Mardi Gras has given us $900 million of economic impact. But there is a point of diminishing returns. As Councilman Morrell mentioned, at some point, you're going to get to where you outpace the city services and capabilities to keep up. And that $900 million number will actually crest and start to come down. And none of us want that either. So the crews are on board. We want to make sure that our parades are only on the street the amount of time needed to safely get them on and off the street. And I would think that seems to be a very much recurring theme amongst all the departments. And we're very eager to help in that endeavor and reduce the time that all these parades are actually on the street.
Thank you. I know you've got a very extensive
Yeah, I was going to move it along.
yeah, but you're have to move it along. I mean, it's,
You know me.
it's a lot of information. What I will say for the public is we will post the complete report. The slides are very, very informative. It gives you a lot of information from each department. Yeah, if you're at all interested in Mardi Gras and how it impacts the departments, it will be available online for you to look at. It's a lot of information, but I'm gonna need you to go through this pretty fast.
Yeah, no worries. Really, I think really the last thing I wanted to address was confetti cannons, and it came up in several it came up several times during the actual season itself, and then of course in the after action by several departments. They're already banned in section 28. The penalties are in section 49. I think maybe some distinction that all paper and Mylar confetti cannons, any type of that device should be banned. I really think that and look, I really enjoy working with the crews, but this has to come down on enforcement from the crews on their riders. And I think that the council, the administration, everyone, we should look at very strong penalties for this. These cannons are being shot at transformers. It's
And to be
completely
clear,
intentional.
one of the outages we had was actually
Correct.
paper confetti
That-
versus Mylar. The point being that we've tried to thread the needle because Mylar obviously, and to be very clear, and not to go on a tangent before Ms. Harris speaks, but like it was so egregious during this Mardi Gras season that there were crews shooting Mylar cannons at City Hall to kind of show they didn't give a crap. And the reality is that as chair of utilities, what is really infuriating to members is that I know that these crews think this is funny, but when you blow a transformer and disrupt an entire neighborhood, one, every business and homeowner in that neighborhood is impacted by that. But two, when you damage utility infrastructure, ratepayers pay for that.
Correct.
So your 20 seconds of watching Mylar go up, every ratepayer in the city sees their bill go up because we pay to repair it. And I'll be very candid, I'm done. And I'm at a point now, and this is going to be on the crews, that I'm so done that it might be next time the power goes out, the crew's responsible for it. Because this is absolutely on crews. If your members shoot a Mylar cannon and someone on the float sees them, they should be kicking that guy off the float immediately. They should be out of your crew. And what we saw this last season is that is not what's happened.
Right.
Crews are not self-reporting. Well, no, let me rephrase that. Most crews didn't self-report. We would highlight it, and then the good crews would say, we're sorry, and do it. Some would just say, you can't prove who did it. And we're done with that.
Well,
When it comes to the Mylar confetti, your 30 seconds of pleasure is not worth risking the infrastructure of the city of New Orleans and risking just the tremendous damage that could happen to the community. I'm sorry, Ms. Harris, I interrupted everything you're about to say.
No, I think you're absolutely right. And what I would highlight is, number one, I think we all council members had a text chain going to Entergy to report when we saw and witnessed these Mylar confetti cannons go off. I also think that the crew members and the crews need to ensure that their members understand the impact that taking out a transformer has on neighborhoods. And I just don't think that they understand. I think a lot of these folks are coming from out of town and really don't give a damn. They are there just to have fun and get out of New Orleans. So to your point, council member, I do think that we need to make sure that if we see it, the crews self-report, and if they don't, and it's caught on tape, and again, we all need to understand, everybody needs to understand that there are cameras
everywhere.
everywhere. So we will catch you. Julia watched the tape. We will catch you. I mean, like you're gonna get caught. So if you're not self-reporting, we need to make sure that the crews are fined, that the crew member is either banned from riding again, because it's not funny anymore. It really isn't. And we witnessed too many of the impacts on our infrastructure. And especially with Mardi, what are you calling it? Super Mardi Gras?
Well, we're calling it,
Supergirl.
Mardi Bowl and a Super Gras.
All right, you know, as a trademark attorney, you should get a trademark on that. So when we get to Mardi Bowl, it's even gonna be more of an impact. So we just really need to tighten up our ordinance in that respect. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
And again, on behalf of the crews, we do try our best to follow the ordinances. We do want to follow every single one of them. But in order to be aware of those things, as the parade is a very long entity, and the leadership of each crew is not always in a position to see what happens throughout the parade. If there is video, as all these parades are on video almost the entirety of their length, if they're going to be fined, we welcome that process as a group of the MMGAC. It has to happen for us to be aware of it. The fine has to be issued and or the evidence has to be displayed and given to the crew.
And to be clear, just so all the crews are listening, we can do more than just fine you.
Yes.
I mean, so the reality is, I'll be even more candid. After what we saw last year, this was the warning year. As you'll see when we get to that point, we made a point of notifying the crews and giving fines that were not nearly as egregious as they could have been, just to say this was your warning year. I want to remind everyone, and this is a point of contention I've had with several crew captains when I talk to them, your permit to have a parade is not a CPNC license. It is not a vested property right. If we find bad actors, there are parades on a waiting list. So yeah, we can fine you, but if we notified you this year, you had riders shooting confetti cannons and Mylar, and next year there's 5, 6, 7 more riders, it could also be, thank you for your service. And I want to put that out there because when I interact with some of the crews, especially some of the ones that are more cantankerous on issues, there is an assumption that we cannot do that. We absolutely can. The Mardi Gras ordinance is an ordinance. 4 council members can change the ordinance. And we take infrastructure and homeland security so seriously that if we warn you and we fine you, and then you continue to do it, there is no crew above the law. Just to be very clear. So yeah, we can fine you and we'll have the video for that and everything else, but we can do more than fine you. And I could be and to be even more candid, if you take out a transformer, you can be assured we will likely do more than fine you.
Just for full transparency, I did skip to the end because the remaining were both parks and parkways and sanitation we already covered. And then the remaining from EMS and some of the other agencies was concerns about block traffic. And we discussed that right at the beginning. So I'm open to any questions that you might have. And I appreciate your opportunity to speak about kind of overall some of the challenges we're looking at and some of the things that I think that we can work on with you to create some better opportunities for such.
We actually, so I think based upon some of the comments we had through with Public Works, I think we might want you to come back at a different time and talk about some of these more issues more in depth.
Not a problem.
In particular, like I said, we're gonna post the entire slide deck in regards to this meeting so the public can see all the information provided. There's a lot of information and it's great information about, what's being done and what the challenges are. But I do think as we try to figure out how we're gonna navigate next Mardi Gras, we're probably gonna need a follow-up meeting specifically as we start to float ideas for new ordinances or clarifying ordinances to work with the different departments on how it's going to impact. You saw from Michael's presentation in particular, we're probably going to have to change the law quite significantly regarding what items are prohibited on the route and
Right.
communicate with you how we're going to work with media partners and PSAs to communicate with the public even well before Mardi Gras, because as you know, when Super Gras happens, no one's going to pay attention. So side is going to be important, but also working with media partners in advance, maybe in the fall, saying, just so you know, the law has changed. Don't bring your sofa to the route. Don't bring your tents to the route. Don't block the street. Like, we're going to have to do that stuff leading up to Super Gras. I mean, honestly, a lot of the concerns we're going to have regarding Mardi Gras are probably going to cross over into the Super Bowl as well. I imagine, and I know Mr. Kern was here, we're going to have floats during parades during Mardi Gras.
We have a
So
parade.
all that's going to be, so appreciate you being here.
Thank
Let's
you.
do comments. Sorry,
Yeah.
Joseph.
Uh,
Yourself.
Yeah, so, to that point that Councilmember Morel was making, we are already starting to hear from the administration about what Super Bowl costs may look like. In my mind, we cannot separate Super Bowl into one bucket and Mardi Gras into another one, particularly this year. So please let us know the barricade cost, because I think what we'll probably need to do, council members, is probably in June or July, have a meeting so we start previewing what it all looks like. And I just think this meeting emphasizes the importance of these things being integrated. And then to Councilmember Morel's other point, like the bane of my existence is when DPW projects start right at the beginning of a school year. And so you have upset parents, upset teachers, upset administrators right at the beginning of the school year when work could have started at the end of the school year. So the schedule issue is really important to us, Colin. And again, I'm not trying to berate anybody, but if we know that you are going to be in the square beginning next year, essentially from January through mid-March, we all have to be on the same page.
Right.
And I know how important that planning and predictability and consistency is for your operation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. I think we're clear. Is any representatives of the RTA here? There you are. Come on up. After RTA, we're going to skip ahead to number 8 before we go to city code review. So after RTA, we're going to take up number 8 out of order. Whenever you're ready.
Okay, good morning. My name is Mike Smith. I serve as the Chief Safety, Security, and Emergency Management Officer for the Regional Transit Authority. Very grateful for the opportunity to present RTA's perspective on the topic on behalf of our CEO, Lona Edwards-Hankins. I'm excited to further our involvement in contributing to a safe carnival season. So first, I'd like to begin by expressing gratitude to all the agency partners with whom RTA collaborated every carnival season, but especially over the last couple of years. These partnerships have really grown. And this includes, of course, the mayor's office, NOSEP under Director Arnold's leadership, NOPD, Fire, EMS, OPSO, and numerous others. Your dedication and willingness to cooperate and collaborate with us is deeply appreciated. And as I said, we find it encouraging that our coordination continues to strengthen, especially as I, in this capacity, have had the opportunity to stand up RTA's first emergency management function. And we've already established great working relationships that and we can see the fruits of that labor throughout the year. but most especially in the lead up to Carnival. It should be noted that this year, over the last couple of years, excuse me, we've seen similar, stronger bonds, particularly with NOSEP, but with all of those city administration partners. And we saw it in off-cycle examples, such as on the Sugar Bowl weekend, New Year's Eve, and with the recently stood up holiday parade. So through all that year-round effort, we are better understanding the exact places in the joint planning and special event permitting processes where we, the RTA, can be included, and we appreciate that. Ultimately, we share your goals that I'm hearing a lot referenced here today, which is to ensure public safety. So in terms of goals in my presentation to you today, I'd like to again, express that ongoing coordination is critical, and I'd like to leave you with just 3 subject areas that RTA staff identified in our standalone after action review process, as well as was pointed out in the after action review led by Director Arnold and his team on March 8th. Again, in the year-round effort with NOSEP and other departments, we feel that we are at the table to build a more systemic process. The process engages all stakeholders in developing feasible, strategic, operational, and/or tactical level approaches to ensure the successful execution of our objectives as a collective. While we have made great strides, I think that more can be done in terms of building a systemic process throughout the year. And I'll give one key example of that, and that is historically we've provided the shuttle transportation services for our NOPD posts who are posted along the route. This year, for a variety of reasons, we fell short, in my opinion, in coordinating with adding on the services for OPSO as well, also along the route. We had some challenges in getting that part of the service stood up. We worked through those challenges as a group, but just definitely something that we've identified. Also, as we've requested in the AAR on March 8th, if we could receive advance notice of when and where pre-parade float movements are taking place and what exact routes those floats are taking, that would really benefit our operations control center and allow us an opportunity to safely de-energize that 600-volt direct current overhead catenary system that is primarily embedded along the route, as you know. And just to be clear there, depending on circumstances, we would like the ability to review the requested float movements ahead of time, along with NOPD's traffic division. And we are building that coordination. NOPD traffic has been sharing information to a distribution group that we've set up among RTA staff for all special events. And so that has helped a lot, but we have yet to test that in advance of Carnival. And so we're asking for that support this year. And while we may not necessarily de-energize the line at each of those pre-parade movements, we would like at least the ability to know ahead of time when it's going to take place to the extent possible, so that we can send our crews, our traction power crews, to the site of those crossings to monitor the crossings. I think the parade float height issue was raised earlier in the day, and certainly this is something that we're closely monitoring too from a safety and clearance perspective. Another aspect of support that RTA is seeking is a joint review of the timing of that shutdown, which takes place, and in particular, a review of that second to last weekend, the first real peak weekend in the Carnival season. And recognizing that great strides have been made to put out messaging on Section 34 of the ordinance, and having all the, and we certainly support all the discussion and this additional collaboration that we feel is needed for enforcement there. But what we feel is, for that first of the 2 weekends in particular, the 4-hour shutdown of service on certain portions of the canal line, which for the Uptown Parade route really serves as the end of the parade route. If you can follow along with me, we had to shut down and replace service with buses on that portion of Canal Street in line with the 4-hour ordinance. However, that, especially for this first weekend, had an adverse impact on our regular riders, so not tourists.
And before you get there, because I know the councilman wants to speak on that, but there is actually a Senate Bill 339 that Senator Harris filed on my behalf, which one of the biggest issues I think you guys have is that, generally speaking, the penalties for obstructing a streetcar line are not sufficient to actually incentivize anyone not to do it. So Senator Harris has a bill that is pending House committee that raises that fine to $2,500. And I know that for many people, like you said, you guys have a finite fleet when you have to move buses around to supplement obstructed routes. That is a tremendous burden because it affects all the ridership of the city. You only have so many buses, so many drivers. There has to be more work done on the city's part, working with y'all to make sure that streetcar operation is minimally impacted as much as possible.
That's
But
correct.
I just want to make you aware that it's SB 339. It's pending before House Criminal Justice, but it'll raise that fine to $2,500 so that not just when you have that, like, dude bro who's putting his couch on the tracks, which is bad, but we saw whole villages set up along the streetcar line, and that is very problematic. Councilman Jeruso, then Councilman Harris.
Yeah, I guess this is maybe the third or fourth time I've heard somebody who's either a partner of the city or external to the city say they're not aware of certain things happening. So let's just take a step back. Is there a pre-planning Mardi Gras meeting that agencies, departments participate in at some point before the start of Mardi Gras?
Yes,
Okay,
and we're at the table.
great. All right.
Where the challenge comes from my perspective is
You knew where-
day of response in real time to some of the infractions that you're referencing, some of the obstructions along the parade route, where we, per our Mardi Gras service plan, we are supposed to be operating regular service, and we are unable to due to the hazard that we're seeing on the roadway.
Okay, and then if you just have Councilmember Morel's example, you have somebody who has a couch in the middle of the roadway where it's not supposed to be. Do you call NOPD? Do you call 911? Who are you in contact with?
Yeah, actually, I was
By
going
you,
to
I mean RTA.
address that on the next slide.
Okay,
Definitely, that was a challenge we experienced this year, candidly. We have a dedicated unit within NOPD that provides our transit police services.
mhm.
And we're I would be remiss if I don't comment that just like NOPD itself, that unit is stretched thin at the
Right.
moment. We have 3 dedicated officers within that unit to patrol the entire system. And when you account for shift work and all of that, I understand that historically there have been as many as 6 or even 9 officers dedicated to the unit. And so what happened on this night that is depicted in the picture here, which was on the Tuesday, the 6th, our our transit police unit went off of their shift at around 7 p.m. While up to that point, our dedicated officers were helping to patrol the line and enforce. Right at that point was when, unfortunately, we saw the increase in this activity, and we lost that connection with the district as well as with, for whatever reason, with other city administration officials. The additional time needed to finally get resources deployed and get the young people off of the neutral ground. In that time, in that delay, the crowds just grew and grew.
Right.
And it became, obviously this was not anticipated for the group to be out here so early. You know, typically this would happen about 20 or 24 hours later. But despite that, we found that the delay led to the crowd size growing and it became untenable for us.
I don't even know what to say. I mean, the hard part here is we all know you don't have all the resources. NOP doesn't have all the resources. We have to bring in outside sheriff's deputies now. And thank you to Sheriff Hudson for facilitating that. But I just think as part of your early operational planning, now that we know this is happening, I'm not saying again, you RTA, but collectively, us, the city as a group, that there needs to be plan for this. And how we avoid it, how people can be there as quickly as possible, what resources are needed. And I just want to make sure, Councilmember Morel said this, if there are additional financial resources that are needed to support operational and particularly enforcement, we want to make sure we're doing that, because what I don't want is my shift ended, so therefore we couldn't get there, and NOPD got there 30 minutes later because they couldn't get through traffic because they didn't realize this was closed. Is like, the city's so good at so much about Mardi Gras. They really do a good job on so many things, but these sort of situations stick out like a sore thumb, and we want to try and give you the resources you need to help handle them.
Right, and thank you for your support, and we look forward to being involved in those discussions. One thing I'll point out is upon placing contact with the officials at Tulane in this example, we did receive some swift action on their part, and agree with your sentiment, and we would recommend that we include the university leadership in pre-planning.
We've danced around that topic before you got here, but it's been an issue both here, the Saturday, I think, before Fat Tuesday itself is frequently a problem sort of on Broadway too. And so the universities, we've said everybody now, right? We've had, whether it's our public safety department, whether it's the crews themselves, but the universities are another part of this, and their enforcement and stringent reminder to students that this is not, Councilmember Harris's point, an entitlement, that you get to block this is going to be another crucial part of the recipe too. And I think, Councilmember, as we're looking at penalties, reminding universities that they're also part of this mix too.
Yeah, I mean, Councilmember Drury, so you took the words right out of my mouth. It's almost as if we need to have TUPD, Tulane Police Department, and Loyola's Police Department posted up in this area, because we know it happens every single year in this area that these frat boys really don't give a damn about people who are shift workers trying to get out of the box in order to get to their jobs on a daily basis and rely upon public transportation to do so. So I think we need to involve the university. I think we need to actually shame these students and have them understand that they are impacting people who, for the most part, are low income, who are long-term residents of New Orleans, and that their conduct directly affects someone's ability to make $15 an hour and feed their children. I mean, this is shameful. And we got reports of it, and what do we do? So absolutely, we need to make sure that Tulane and Loyola, and frankly, some of the high schools that we know have their kids here in this area every single Mardi Gras. So let us know what we can do to help, but I'm happy to have that hard conversation with the Loyola president or the Tulane president. Joe and I can make sure that we shame them.
To that point, when we have the follow-up meetings, we discuss how we're gonna address things going forward. I think that we should definitely invite Tulane and Loyola to come, because the reality is they're on the St. Charles line. They know these are their students. They should not be able to disavow them and leave them on the city.
Well, and the students are literally taking the streetcar to this area, just spamming and just standing there blocking the streetcar. So again, this isn't anything that should be occurring, especially year after year.
Yeah, and well said, and we welcome the partnership. We're ready to be at the table. Just want to point out that it also presents challenges the following day. So as I mentioned, we had not anticipated the crowds like this to show up on the Tuesday. Per our service plan, we were ready to return to regular operations the following morning. We had difficulty doing that, and there was some confusion both internally and externally about what level of service were we running, which again has a compounding impact on our regular riders, to your point, Councilmember Harris, our regular riders who depend on the service.
I said this jokingly to Michael Karam last year, but really seriously, a cow catcher. Like they have on trains. I mean, literally just to move these kids out of the way is something we should be considering.
So that's all I have prepared today. Any additional questions?
No, I think that's everything. We appreciate you being here, Michael, and we'll look forward to continue to work with you. Like I said, this is not the end of this discussion. Senator Harris's bill is going through the process. I think that will be helpful in that, yes, we all do not appreciate the dude bros and what they do, but I mean, we saw also a lot of, interesting uses of real estate in that you saw a lot of these little full service bar restaurants pop up along the streetcar route, platforms on top of the tracks to try and service customers during the parade. And I have to remind people constantly, the tracks seem like they're invincible, but they're not. And part of what you also have to struggle with is you have to go inspect the tracks after they've had so much weight or so much stuff being used on them. And I mean, I know that there is this assumption that all these things cost money, all these things impact ridership, and there needs to be more of an effort collectively with us, not just educating the public, but having real repercussions for when you do it. And so, I mean, I want to thank Senator Harris publicly for taking a step and helping us with that, because I think though $2,500 might be hard to track with the dude bros, when you have restaurants that kind of push out their temporary arm onto the train tracks, we can find them. We can find them. We can track who put up what. We can find them and we can follow up and figure out if a track, for example, is damaged. People do not truly comprehend how much things cost. And a $2,500 fine is very unfortunate, but if your temporary restaurant damages the track and obstructs use of the train track, you are at pretty significant liability to the RTA at that point. So I think that if we can get the enforcement where it needs to be, you will see a lot more compliance.
Good to hear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to skip to item number 8 before we go into the meat of the rest of where are you? Mr. Dejon, where are you?
And
Come on up.
before they come up, council member, another thing I think we should talk about is obviously there's an EOC, and there's Emergency Operations Center. To council member Harris's point, whoever is there needs to have authority. I mean, they don't need to send a warm body to, oh, I don't know, I need to get in touch with somebody who can tell me what to do. Like, I think that's going to be another piece of all of this, is that if we know that the universities, for example, are not participating, who's there and who can make a decision? I think it's equally important
I think having that separate meeting, bringing the college presidents in and saying, listen, when you're marketing Loyola and you're marketing Tulane, it's the streetcar route. We're in the heart of the city. That also means being a good citizen. And if you know that your students, let's be very honest, there's nothing that prevents the universities from saying, if we see you doing bad behavior, you're in violation of our student handbook. There's plenty of different tools they can use to help us enforce the law preemptively. They can tell their students going into Mardi Gras, listen, guys, if you're out there building platforms on the tracks and the city catches you and they report you to us, we may have to do something about that. We can do those things, and we're going to build those partnerships. Mr. Dejon, assignment number 8. This is a discussion regarding the Mardi Gras Indians. You can come up here. Yeah. And in particular, it's a parking enforcement issue regarding downtown Super Sunday. Mr. Dejon, you have the floor.
Thank you for having me. My name is Arthur Dejon Sr. I'm the president of the New Orleans Mardi Gras Indian Circle of Chiefs, also the chief of the Hardy Hunters Mardi Gras Indian Tribe. Also, I coordinate the downtown Super Sunday, that's officially known as the Indian Chihuahua Parade. My reason for coming today is because we got some complaints, not only from this year, but the previous year as well. Whenever we organize this event that starts at Bayou St. John, the downtown Super Sunday, for whatever unknown reason to me, parking enforcement has been taking the liberty to come out there and cite cars that's being parked by the participants and also the tourists that's coming out to participate with this this venue. Now, I'm not exactly sure, who issues the work order or what's the reason for them coming out there specifically only on the day that we have this Super Sunday event. We do have, our permits approved as far as street closures and stuff like that, where the parade ends, which is around the Hardin Park area where I can actually use, the help of, these parking enforcement, officers that can come out, because we have the no parking signs, we have the police out there trying to help control the no parking. We have the city provided tow trucks that was in the area. So we seen everybody working collectively in the areas where the enforcement was needed. However, we didn't see anybody out there writing tickets to help us control the issues where the issues really existed. Instead, everybody kind of feel like we're being targeted. So basically, when we come out there and we leave our cars in the bayou, and I took the time to look up the ordinance that the parking officials wrote. And when I read it, I'm gonna paraphrase a little bit. I believe that it says something about no parking on the neutral ground, no parking on a playground, and something about being parked in the area of a certain bridge. It was named. Forgive me for not remembering the name of the bridge, but none of those different criteria is applied to the area where those tickets are being issued. So my question today is, who is issuing the work order? Why? And if these parking enforcement officers are going to work during the days that we have these Super Sundays, we can actually use them in the area where we actually have the no parking signs, to help control the parking and traffic with this event.
All right, Councilman Drusen and Councilman Murray.
Yes, so Belden Baptiste actually called me about this, and we got in touch with parking enforcement. And we said, first of all, you can't do uneven enforcement, right? Like, we have complaints about the fact that people were towed for Super Sunday, and then there's events on the bayou where it isn't happening. So first of all, they should be in touch with y'all, and there needs to be a plan at the very beginning. Here we are back to communication and coordination again. Number two, my understanding is there isn't supposed to be parking on the bayou, although it happens all the time. And parking enforcement has said, well, it's an issue of whether or not we have enough people. My view, though, is we all know when Super Sunday is, everybody has an idea of when that's supposed to be. And then last, I think you raised the point now twice very well, which is let's work out something where staging makes sense and we all agree about it. And then areas where you really feel like there needs to be the towing and the parking enforcement en masse, let's send them there. So we've inquired somewhat about this. My biggest concern is always uneven enforcement. Like, why does one event seem to be getting it and somebody else isn't?
Agreed.
No bueno. Like, it needs to be even for everybody. But I'm committed to working with you, and because I think it's coextensive for both of our districts. So I don't want to speak for you, but I think we should all sit down and develop a plan where we're all on the same page and there's no guesswork at all. And we can affirmatively tell people, this is what you can do, this is what you can't do. And in the areas where we agree that they can't, that we enforce there to help you out as much as possible.
Okay. As it relates to the citation that's already been written, I've been in law enforcement 26 years of my life right now. I'm going into my 27th year. If you write a citation and the citation doesn't have any bearings, it doesn't apply to where that citation is issued, where are the people who's received these citations, where do they stand now? Because there isn't any signs or anything at all in the area.
And to be clear, just before, because I've been dealing with this specific issue and this specific incident. The challenge is that there is signage along the bayou saying no parking, but not at this location.
Correct.
And the challenge is that they receive sightings for no parking, and there really is no justification legally for the citations that you received, because the city saw fit to put a series of no parking signs along the bayou, and the people who were cited did not park at the no parking signs. They parked where there was no signage whatsoever. And to your point, this is a similar location, and I know for Councilman Jerusa gets all the time, that during every single sporting event at Wrought Iron, there are people parked along this area, and there's no parking enforcement. And I mean, the neighbors around that area complain all the time saying, where's parking enforcement? And to Councilman Jerusa's point about uneven enforcement, every Sunday there's a Saints game, every Pelicans game, that entire area is going to be full of people parking in this illegal parking spot, but they only showed up on Super Sunday to ticket y'all.
Yes.
And what's really been difficult for my office is we've told parking enforcement all these concerns. We've cited the law, and they have just been non-responsive. And I will tell you from my position, Councilman Harris and Councilman Joseph and I are on the same page. The worst thing you can do as a department in the city is not respond to us, because that usually goes badly. Councilman Harris.
Yeah, and I am gonna suggest that we have a whole separate meeting regarding Super Sunday, both uptown and downtown, because I have to work with the Mardi Gras Indian Council on Super Sunday, issues around parking enforcement, enforcement of illegal vending, which I'm sure that you all have as well, because they have proper vendors who are permitted, and then illegal vendors come and set up and take money away from them, and there's no enforcement by revenue whatsoever. So I think we should have just a separate open meeting to discuss the issues that you're facing and the Mardi Gras Indian Council is facing for the Uptown Super Sunday.
Appreciate that.
Wait, can I make one last thing? So to your also point, we can't make the tickets go away. All we can do is ask parking enforcement. But the more that you have, it can stack up for us. I'm happy to go say, hey, if there weren't signs posted.
We have the
here,
stack. We have all the, we literally, we have all of the evidence, all the information provided by them. I've had staff go out and take pictures of the location showing there is actually no signage. And basically we took all this and said, show us the justification for the tickets, and crickets. So it is Councilman Drusso's district. We're gonna pull him in. He's the budget chairman, so they'll probably respond to him better than me. So we'll pull him in and get him involved. But to your point, they provide all the evidence showing that these are not sustainable. It's just we're not getting any response from parking enforcement, but we'll get on that. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
All right.
And Councilmember, I love that we have to pull Joe Russo in
We
to
do.
anything. People are like,
They're scared of Joe. You can tell
he got the money.
All right, so next up, we will go to item number 7, which is broken into several individual parts. The first item we're tackling is section 3428. Julie, you're gonna have to help me remember what I'm doing on all these different things. All right. So on 2438, that is throws. All right, so we're going to talk about Mylar here. And we have 2 parades that we had extensive documentation regarding Mylar being used. We have contacted both parades. Those parades that which we had documented instances were both Irish and Zulu. We sent them their letters identifying the fact that they had been in violation of the ordinance, and they were fined and responded to said fines. You saw from Colin's presentation, although many people thought last year it was funny that we had this long, lengthy conversation on Mylar, it's not funny. And even we thought that there was a middle ground with paper confetti, but one of the outages was caused by paper confetti because paper confetti got wet because a rain event shorted out power. We had to stop the parades to allow Entergy to come in to do emergency repairs because of that interaction. I believe, and I'd love to hear from Mr. Reese on this as well, but I believe one of the big issues that we're going to take up as a council is we're probably going to prohibit confetti and Mylar. Just because the reality is that it is not worth the risk to city infrastructure to allow this to continue to be utilized. The big challenge is going to be there will be times where fines in themselves are appropriate. I think that when we see individuals where it's a one-off of someone shooting off some Mylar or confetti, we'll issue the appropriate fines as was documented previously. And I want every crew member, horse rider, walker to know all of Mardi Gras is taped. So whatever you do, we will find it and we will see it. But in instances where Mylar or confetti is utilized after we bring this clarification of its ban, if that's what the council agrees to, if it's a one-off, you'll look at a fine. But if we just see parades that are flagrantly just saying we're going to do whatever the hell we want, well, there'll be a different response from the city in that regard. Because the reality is that there's a symbiotic relationship between Mardi Gras and its participants and the city that hosts it. You're gonna hear us a lot from me today, but and you heard it from one of the people who made one of the comments, really being allowed to be a parade in our Mardi Gras lineup is a tremendous honor and a gift the city gives to the parades. And the relationship, they generate the fantastic party, the spectacle, it drives revenue and the economy for the city, and we appreciate that. But there is also a requirement that you follow the law and do the things that are appropriate to let us help you have this great Mardi Gras experience. There is going to be a time you will see today in later stuff where the city says enough's enough. And we do something that's more egregious than the fine. But with Mylar and probably with confetti going forward, we're not playing. If you are shooting off 5, 6, 7 Mylar cannons along a route after this year, it won't be just fines on the table. Mr. Reese.
Yeah, I just can only assure you, once again, on behalf of all the MMGAC members, which are all the parading crews, that we very much want to follow the letter of the law as it's written currently today, and any changes that are there. There are, in every single instance of every parading crew, internal rules and regulations governing what is and what is allowed. That includes following the existing ordinances, in addition to many other things that aren't included in the ordinances that we think are necessary to good order and discipline and efficient parades and maximizing revenue for the city, which is the purpose in the beginning. And to have a good time and make sure the public is safe. So we're open to any changes you may make and to following those changes. As to the opinion of Mylar, or not Mylar, or paper confetti in general, I would have to address the MMGAC members at our July meeting and do our job, which is to provide advice to you and to the mayor's office as to what our opinion would be collectively on paper cannons. I don't know, and I couldn't say today whether or not that is an integral part of what we do as parading crews. I would say maybe not. I don't know, but I can get you an opinion from the parading crews after that July meeting, or even maybe ahead of it if necessary by email.
It'll probably have to be before then. I think what Colin highlighted particularly during his presentation and what we're all aware of is that we are kind of on an expedited schedule because of the Super Bowl. So
Sure.
Any changes we do to Mardi Gras are going to have to be done in a way that we can have the timeline to forecast to those crews before everyone stops paying attention because Super Bowl is here. And I think the expectation will be at that point that, and the MGAC has been a very great partner in this as far as helping disseminate what we're doing and also bring back information. But I think when you're looking at the confetti and Mylar in particular, it's just one of those things where it seems very silly until people's power's out for several hours. It seems very silly until you have to shut down a parade, as we had to do with Fat Harry's when the paper confetti took out the power at Fat Harry's on that corner of Napoleon and St. Charles. And honestly, last year when we banned Mylar, we didn't think paper confetti would be a problem until we saw it was a problem. And because we can't control the weather of Mardi Gras, paper confetti on its own does not seem like a bad idea until you start the variable element of the elements and how that can impact infrastructure. So we'll begin that conversation with you. We'll have the interaction with, the advisory committee and kind of figure out what we're going to do with it. But the big takeaway needs to be to everyone who's listening. This is something we take very seriously. And this year we really took it as an educational opportunity depending on the severity of the various violations of the Mardi Gras ordinance. And when it came to Mylar, there was an educational piece in that. I think there are people where the message wasn't really received. And because this was something where there's a tremendous opportunity to try and educate people going forward, I think that we need to collectively figure out what the ultimate steps will be in the future if this is continue to be violated. So
I can even send an email out today to the parading crews and ask if anybody
that would be very helpful.
Holding on to paper confetti as a mainstay of their parade, and what would their reaction would be if you were to ban confetti in general.
All right. Next up, B, this is yours, Mr. Druso. Yes, is the tree issue, height requirements.
Yeah, I think the big issue here obviously is we've had limbs and people falling off. I mean, this is a story from February 11th, 2023. I know that Energy tries to go out and has a measuring stick, but that's obviously not working. So what we need to do is make sure that the floats are the right size in advance and make sure that the tree canopy is very important and we're not messing with that. At the same time, the floats have to be able to pass and we can't have this continue to be a problem because it seems like inevitably every year there's one or more tree issues that keep on popping up. And so I guess I would just, I mean, Mr. Reese, we hate make you sort of the person speaking on behalf of all the crews, but I guess here with float requirements and size, just ensuring that, I guess, A, in advance, we know what's happening, and B, to the extent possible, we are avoiding this issue.
I can tell you that the crews do work and the builders of the parades work directly with Parks and Parkways. And I don't know the height requirement as is stated in the ordinance offhand, but I think he cited 17 feet, 6 inches. Is that correct?
Yeah, so that's what.
Yeah, and
6 inches. So
17 feet, 6 inches.
17 feet, 10 inches.
10 inches.
Okay.
And we do work directly ahead of time with Parks and Parkways and the float builders like Kern and Royal Artists.
Right.
To make sure that we have those requirements. We still end up, due to the weight of the limbs, if it's been raining in previous days, the limbs may drop. There are a couple of hot spots which we already know where they exist. And we're actively working and have addressed those in the MMGAC meeting with the float builders and with departments like NOPD to specifically address those locations. One of them is the Rex Parade on St. Charles Avenue. Others are for those that started Jefferson and Magazine. So we're actively addressing those issues, but we do live within the requirements of that 17 feet, 10 inches for the ordinance.
I know that the height's been floated around a few times, but the requirements are in the ordinance on section 1, and it spells it out.
Well, I guess here's my question. If we have requirements, and it seems like it's happening every year, what are we doing to avoid making sure it's happening? I mean, I'm with Mr. Reese. I don't think we should rewrite laws if laws are on the books. And so it's a question of how this enforcement, Councilmember Harris.
Well, the issue seems to be that the float is compliant with the size. The issue is the addition of the porta potty on top. So the floats themselves might. So I don't have the ordinance language in front of me like a bad council member, but is it total height inclusive of any porta potty or any structure?
Yes. So the total height, most of all of the porta potty are built into the float's design. So there'll be an archway, for example, made of paper mache or wood that goes over the top of the structure. And that's done to contain the porta potty that's built into the integral body of the float. And so we measure from the top of the float, which includes that. There's no additional structure on top of the float that we don't measure.
Okay, yeah, I mean, the incident that I saw where the tree took out the porta potty with somebody in it, there was no additional structure over the porta potty. I think somebody just plunked the porta potty on top of a float.
Here's Mr. Kern right now.
Okay. Hello, Mr. Kern.
So, hey, hi. So the issue is that, parades have gotten bigger. And so that particular incident with Cleopatra this year was a 4-section float. And so we made a decision with Parks and Parkways and the NOPD that that float will not go around, no 4-section floats in any of the parade, in that particular parade or any of the parades we're doing, particularly because of the height of it. And what happens is that particular turn, you've got basically a little median in the center of it. So the turn is tough. And besides the turn being tough, you've got trees on either side as you go into the turn. And so the front of the float is getting caught and then the other side of it was getting caught. And it was just, to get it undone was just insane. It was very difficult. We had the equipment there to move it. It took an inordinate amount of time, but obviously anything that you guys can do as far as talking about the cannons or the paper cannons, going back to that, or the Mylar cannons, that's really not integral to any of the crews. And I think that not only does the crews themselves shouldn't be doing it, but the guys that are selling it as it goes down the street, because it's just as easy for some kid to do it in the street and have the same effect. And what happened in a particular case as it relates to Bacchus, the preceding parade, somebody did it, not thinking about it. It knocked out the actual transformer. The wire was hanging in the middle of everybody standing there. Luckily, the transformer had gone out. But then there was a decision that was made that we're going to wait. Energy made a decision that they would wait until after the Bacchus parade went through. Well, obviously, Toth goes by. I'm sure that everybody that doesn't have power is calling up saying, hey, it's Super Bowl Sunday.
They did.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Well, exactly. I want to watch television. So then they make a decision. Literally, an hour had already passed between the two parades. So instead of doing it immediately following the parade, we waited, Bacchus arrives, and then we stopped Bacchus for another hour. Obviously, every time that any of these delays on any level, not only is it impacting the float builders, the guys driving the tractors, it's the city. I mean, I think the cost to the city is hundreds of thousands, if not more, for every hour that we have these kinds of delays. And I think as I'm sitting here listening today to all these very important things that you guys are talking about, listen, it's real simple. Mardi Gras has gotten bigger. The parades have gotten bigger. More people are riding the floats. The floats have gotten bigger. All this has happened in the last, really, since Katrina, it's just blown up. I've seen it in my own business. The crews have invested a lot of money. The other float builders here, everyone's invested a lot of money to not have breakdowns, to have solid tires on floats, to have the proper types of chassis, to have the proper tractors. But now it's a matter of we need to enforce the rules that are on the books. And the rules are very simple. You know, we should only have a certain amount of units between the floats, and you got to keep moving. You know, we had long, it takes, you know, listen, when Cleopatra was delayed for over an hour, I mean, believe me, no one's more nervous about that than me. And then you got the parade behind it. It's a horrible thing. We immediately make the decision that we weren't going to do that till we put ourselves in that position again. We can make those decisions, but as it relates to stops and parades and things like that, I think that's the thing that you guys should be addressing the most is there should be no reason for any stops in a parade except for the 3 tests. And if you watch any parade, you see it stopping a lot more. This year, we're going to put GPSs on all the floats so we can see that everything's moving. If something stops, we're trying to self-police. We're trying to get in the crews, I think, want to do the same thing. Obviously, it's going to take the city working with us to make that happen.
And Councilman Harris, if I may add, if someone adds a structure to a float like a porta potty, that should be, and we recognize as parading crews, that's included in the 17-foot, 10-inch height.
Right.
So if there's a violation, that's a finable offense.
Yeah, none of the floats are really over that height. What ends up happening is that you have to make the turn. It has to be perfect. And frankly, some of the crews are getting, and some of the floats have gotten to the size to where they can only go on certain routes. And we're trying right now, we're talking about that particular crew because of its size is looking at its options in terms of whether it goes with the units broken up or whether it'll go down the same route that Bacchus, Orpheus, some of the bigger crews are going down Napoleon Avenue, which would make a lot of sense.
Mr. Jarrett Heidel. This is the matter you want to speak on, right? So come on up.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Jared Heidel. I'm here representing PFJ Floats, one of the other float builders. In regards to, I guess, this float issue. I can tell you from someone who's hands-on with the float process, dealing with the floats on a day-to-day basis.
Can you tilt the mic up towards you? We're having trouble hearing you. Yeah, that's better.
As someone who deals with the floats on a day-to-day basis, I pretty much maintain and make sure that the floats kind of navigate the streets as efficiently as possible, I should say. One of the biggest things that we've noticed, we make sure that our floats, even with heights, no more than 17 feet. All of our floats are no taller than 17 feet. the other issue we come across is as we have like other float companies, they have the multiple tandem floats. And one of the things that we do is we make sure that everyone, all the drivers for those particular floats, we use the same drivers for those big floats, so they have successfully navigated that turn at Jefferson and Magazine to avoid that branch that we're talking about. So I think the biggest issue as far as that tree is concerned is more of a driver issue, not necessarily a float issue. I think if we kind of come up with a way to get drivers more proficiently trained to navigate that turn, we won't have that issue in the future.
Thank you. That's very good information. Appreciate you being here today. All right. That is all I have on floats unless you have something else, Mr. Druso. All right. C, this is 3430 through 3433, and this talks about neutral ground and barricades. As you heard previously from a lot of our different partners, this is possibly the most challenging part of Mardi Gras, that where the council is going to have to take a much more active hand in how we deal with neutral grounds usage and barricades. On the first hand, regarding barricades, to be very candid, I think that as we look forward on how we're going to manage the routes to allow for proper usage, Canal Street's a great example during Endymion. We are probably going to have a more extensive use of barricades than we've had previously, secure routes for EMS, for fire, and for everyone else to be able to go up and down the route. We'll also have to reevaluate on the uptown routes, where are the problem congestion areas and how can we use barricades in lieu of manpower to help manage those areas. I know I've had conversations with Chief Kirkpatrick about, in particular, some of the more problematic areas with tremendous traffic issues. We know from history, we've had a couple of very negative incidents, heartbreaking, fatal incidents, where individuals who are intoxicated or otherwise impaired, we have junctures in Mardi Gras where you have a complete congestion of people. And you might have areas in the city where a barricade is not sufficient. You may have to have a dump truck or some other more hardened protection, just because we know the corners where the population congregates in very large areas. And even with the barricade, if something were to happen, it could have a negative outcome. So I know I've worked with the chief in the past. We'll continue to work with them on the barricade issue. On the neutral grounds, this is where there's going to have to be a much more extensive conversation. This is less of a crew issue and more of a city issue. As I said previously, tents are a problem. They just are. For years, it was kind of a minor look the other way problem. And that first there was, we'll put up the no walls little tent so I can have a nice soft area for my family to rest between parades. That has grown to the point where you have seen full blown like Game of Thrones pavilions with couches and tables and restaurants inside of them. And the reality is, as a city, we cannot police those on a case by case basis. You just can't. You can't put a overworked police officer in a position of arguing with a resident as to what type of tent they have. Because everyone's going to argue, because everyone has watched Judge Judy, that my tent's not really a tent, it's a pavilion. My poop tent's not really a tent, it's a portable meditation space. Who knows? I think at this point, there's going to be a serious public discussion as to whether tents are necessary at all. And by that, I want to emphasize that line, are they necessary? Because part of the issue, and as Mr. Reese said earlier, anything we can do to increase the ability of people to access the route and flow back and forth through it and around it maximizes the ability of citizens and visitors to interact with Mardi Gras. Part of where you see the routes being closed off for personal use, these tents are the nexus of it. These large groups of tents then get caution tape wrapped around them and rope, and suddenly this public area is now the personal space of whoever claimed it first. So as we look forward to revising in statute what will be outright prohibited, tents is definitely on the list as something that the council is going to look at as saying, nope, you just don't need them. We do not need tents. Tents are nice. Sofas are nice. you don't need them, and they cause more problems than they cause good. Mr. Druso, before I keep ranting, go ahead.
Two things. One, when we write the law, will poop tent be a defined term?
Maybe.
I just want to make sure that we,
Individual.
I'm curious to see how it'll be defined. Also when I pulled into here, council member, when we talk about use of neutral ground and barricades, also parking is part of all of this too. And I think we talked at length about Canal Street. I don't know, Councilmember Harris, I've got a lot of complaints too about parking signs not being erected in enough time before the parade start, and that in theory, residents should know about when it's happening, but even sometimes they don't know, the guests don't know, you have people from out of town. And to the point that was made about Super Sunday, I just think we need to be really super consistent about when those no parking signs go up and providing as much notice to people as possible.
And James, just to jump you real quickly, and add on to that, I absolutely agree about the no parking signs, because we get calls about I parked, there was no signage. We have some really cool historic no parking signs that we could be revived by DPW if they would just do so.
I think generally speaking, because obviously we're looking at changing the law in some pretty extensive ways. I mean, I think furniture, generally speaking, also not necessary. And by furniture, I don't mean the folding chair that you bring, that's a folding chair you sit on. I mean, when people are literally bringing couches and tables to the route, those are not necessary. And if your piece of furniture cannot collapse into a mechanism where you can walk off with it, that is actually furniture, not a portable seating device. And so I think that with all of this changes that we're looking at and we will likely implement, you're going to see a tremendous proliferation of signage. I think that part of what I want to alleviate as a problem for Homeland Security, for NOPD, for Parks and Parkways is the signage will be up. It will be up robustly and it'll be up early. I mean, I think that if we have those signs up, you know, I don't see a reason why during that 3-week Mardi Gras period, you can't have the signs up a week or two early and have them up through the entire period.
Because, sorry, this is a separate discussion, James, and I know you have your button push, but DPW cannot manage signage. We are gonna have to contract it out.
Well, I
Because-
think that's on the table.
Every day, no parking signage for a DPW project can't be managed. They'll put it out too early, not do the project, leave it up, and then neighbors get into fist fights with each other because somebody's taken a parking space of somebody else. And this is real world stuff that happens.
100% agree.
So we are gonna have to put more money in the street, literally, in order to get a contractor to contract out managing the additional signage.
I think that that's an excellent suggestion. I think that because as I said, these are going to be changes. They're going to be robust. I think absolutely the council will work with the administration to figure out what signage is necessary and contract with a third party to put that out there, because also part of having robust signage means it creates less conflict when you have a contractor come by. Like, for example, if people are putting out platforms and couches and a contractor comes by, several trucks or up, are just scooping it up and throwing it away. When you have the dude bro yelling, "Don't throw away my couch, I didn't know," and you point to the sign saying, "Well, sign's been there 2 weeks," ignorance is no defense in the law. That's all going to be necessary so that when we do robust changes, people can't complain they didn't have notice. Now, I want to work with our media partners to also do notice in other ways that we'll try to reach everyone. But the reality is that Mardi Gras has to be accessible to everyone. And Mardi Gras needs to work for everyone, including the city, the crews, and the people that live in this area. And I mean, the amount of drama that we have around the city regarding Mardi Gras season, a lot of it is tied to the entitlement of people who are visitors who just think when they come here, they can do whatever the hell they want. And I do include in that very specifically students, because students at Loyola and at Tulane in particular, someone at UNO maybe as well, but when you're not from here, sometimes you forget that as a student, you're also a resident. They tend to forget that during Mardi Gras, where they kind of become visitors themselves and kind of ignore the law and what's required and what is required to be a good citizen. And putting out a ratty tent, putting out a sofa in a ratty tent, you wouldn't do that any other day of the year. It's not appropriate during Mardi Gras, especially when for all intents and purposes, it's not like these people then take the right tent and ready, sew it back to their house. They leave it there for city employees to have to remove. And to Councilman Harris's point earlier, they leave it on the streetcar route so that when RTA wants to get the streetcar route back online for people to navigate the city, they now have RTA workers out there working with sanitation to clear your debris that you never should have had out there to begin with. I think also when it comes to, one sec, James, when it comes to the fire implements, like they said, the coals and the cooking, that's never been allowed. It's never been allowed. We haven't enforced it as much as we should, but the fact that we got a report today from sanitation, regularly they have to work with the fire department to put out fires in trash trucks because you leave your lit coals in a pile of trash on the street. It's also a problem we're gonna have to look at. That's already illegal, but it comes down to the city through the council administration are gonna work on the front end so that enforcement is more robust, even if we have to contract it. Mr. Reese.
I would only say that the crews are on board 100% with everything that you've discussed. So whether it's enforcing existing ordinances about 6-foot spacing between ladders or a 4-hour window, or even adding additional bans on any structure that impedes the foot flow of traffic in and out of a parade route, we want people to be able to get to the route and away from the route quickly and in a timely fashion to enjoy the parades, all 35 of them. And we certainly want commerce, including the RTA, to get back online as quickly as possible. So we're 100% on board with any and all of those things.
Okay, we don't have any public comment on this section in particular?
I was holding out public comment for
Okay, for all of it at the end.
totality of the chapter 34.
That is totally fine. So next up, let's see. Oh, and also one more thing, for Mardi Gras Day. Obviously, there are a lot of challenges on the route and how long the route takes on Mardi Gras Day. Something that was brought to my attention, I didn't even think about it, even though I'm someone who's enjoyed Zulu pretty much my entire life. There has never been a real effort by the city that once Zulu turns on a traditional route off of Canal Street onto Basin Street, there are no barricades and no direct route from where it turns off Canal Street to where it traditionally ends, which is at the Zulu headquarters. I'm in communication with the city. We're working with the administration. For all practical purposes, that is not the end of Zulu's route. And as such, we really have to extend the barricades, extend the route to its end, because part of the reason why you have kind of a collapse in the timing and the length of that parade going as long as it is because once it turns onto Basin Street and there are no barricades, people tend to just be in the street. And it creates an environment that isn't safe for the public, isn't safe for the riders. It just needs to be barricaded and protected all the way to its end so that the parade can move more swiftly and safely to its actual final destination. So that's something that we're definitively working on.
One thing I'd like to add is if you do pursue signage along the route even before the parade, I would make sure that you include or ask that you include the embark and disembark areas. I think those are equally as important as having the signage along the route in terms of doing exactly what you're discussing, not just on Mardi Gras Day. No parade or group of parades should be on the street outside of, say, an 8-hour window or 9-hour window. It's a huge burden on city services. It's unsafe for the riders. It's unsafe for the folks, mainly kids, walking and marching in these parades. And it's unsafe for the general public to have any parade out there. And I can tell you on Mardi Gras Day, all the organizations that parade, including the truck parades, will do anything we can to help reduce the overall length of that day. And again, that is not a singular issue to Mardi Gras Day. I think that should be applied to each of the 9 parading days of Carnival.
All right, next up, we are on D, number of elements. Now, we have 2 distinct problems. One is instances in which we have too many elements. Under the current law, you're allowed to have 1 element between each float. That is something that I think has been viewed by the crews as more of a suggestion than a rule. Typically, the challenge is that there is some confusion as to what's an element. I've spoken to crews and there has been some confusion that if you have first off, if you are a support crew for an existing group, like a walking crew or a band, and you are their support car in case someone gets fatigued or whatever, or you carry equipment, those are considered one element. There's been some confusion that if there is a limo for royalty that also has a float, that is a separate element. You cannot just have, kind of random vehicles in the parade just to have them. Those are not currently allowed under the law. And something that, and I've talked to Mr. Reese about it offline as well as other crews. Under the current law, there is only one element, and that element is defined, and we will work with Mr. Reese and the MGAC to educate the existing crews on what the law is. A decision has to be made by the crews. We're going to enforce the law. So your moment is now. If you think we need more than one element, make your argument why that is, and we to address that now. Because if we're not going to address it now, we're going to enforce the one element. And I think when you talk about the length of parades, the time, some of the parades, we have the timelines for how long each parade took to end. There is a distinct correlation between how long parades took and if they had extra elements. So it is, in fact, making the parades take longer because when you introduce other elements into a parade, those are more variables that can affect whether a parade has to slow down. If you have unnecessary cars in a parade and that car has a malfunction, then that's something that, had it not been there, the parade would not have slowed down. So that's something that we're going to enforce as far as the number. Mr. Reese, do you have a comment on that?
I would just say that the parading crews are 100% on board with the ordinance today as how it's written. We don't need more than one element in between parades. I think we as parading crews understand what constitutes an element. I would echo Mr. Kern's comments earlier that the major problems that I have seen in reviewing videos of various parades on all the given 9 days is excessive stoppage. So more so than having multiple elements. And again, we are all for the enforcement of the ordinance as it's written to include fines, is enforcing multiple stops along the route by, let's say, a dance crew or a band that wishes to parade or stop in front of a given area because they know somebody there or they have some special connection to that site, and it creates huge gaps in the parade. That is a problem that I think is across all 9 parading days and would be very helpful if the enforcement of that excessive stoppage could be added to the issue of extra elements.
All right. Here's a interesting and somewhat significant problem we have with elements. Every Mardi Gras crew is required to have a certain amount of marching bands. This may not seem like it's an important thing, but the reason why there's a specific requirement is that this goes back, I said, back to a general comment I want to make about Mardi Gras in particular. Mardi Gras, as you understand it, is subsidized by tax dollars. That is a fact. The amount of money that a crew pays for their permit to parade during the Mardi Gras period is really more like a symbolic payment. The actual cost of the police protection, the barricades, EMS, sanitation, all those people you saw here today, your tax dollars pay for that. Now, there, as we all know, there's a symbiotic relationship there in that the spectacle of Mardi Gras also generates a tremendous amount of revenue for the city of New Orleans, which is something that obviously we don't want to negatively impact. The marching bands in particular are part of how the city in ordinance respects the music and cultural heritage of the city, and also has forces interaction with like our bands, our schools, and the like. It's an essential element because part of us giving you that very low subsidized permit is you have to go find these bands to be in that parade. We have 4 parades in particular that did not meet their band requirements. Those parades were King Arthur, Cleopatra, Nix, and Ocean. Now, the variety and the length of why you didn't meet that amount varied between them. King Arthur was short by 1. Cleopatra was short by 2. Ocean was short by 1. Nix on paper was short by 2, but upon review, that number is actually much lower. I say that because in the ordinance, it defines what a marching band is. And a marching band cannot have less than 30 musicians. And 3 of the high schools that were provided in that 5 did not meet that 30-person requirement. As I said, on average, numbers we have from revenue, Mardi Gras costs the city over $1 million per day. $1 million per day. There's implicit in the ordinances, these contracts between the city and the crews that if you bring the party, if you follow the law, we will subsidize Mardi Gras because there's that happy symbiotic relationship. If you cannot meet the criteria of meeting your side of the agreement, that is the reason why Mardi Gras crews are in an ordinance and can be added and subtracted. And if you cannot meet that criteria, we have a waiting list of crews that want to be in Mardi Gras. And it's something for us to consider. The marching band requirement is a serious one. And we have reached out to all the crews involved, depending on the severity of those claims, and said, this is your warning, your one warning. Get the bands. Get the bands. We are aware that there are variables that can exist where you could have contracted with a band for a year and that band pull out at the last minute. That is certainly something that the council will take into consideration at the end of Mardi Gras when we do these evaluations. But on that same token, if you didn't have the bands the year before and you don't have the bands this year, that shows you just not following the law. And we also take that into account. Also, if you're contacting bands days or weeks before your parade is meant to run, that means you had no intention of following the law because, as Mr. Reese can tell you, you have to work with these schools pretty much year round, right?
Correct.
So if you don't have the bands today, you didn't have the bands last year, then you just don't have the bands. It's a very serious requirement. Depending on the severity of which you missed that number, a fine could be appropriate. Something more serious could be appropriate. In the case of Knicks, that is more serious because they did not reach the requirement in 2023 and they more egregiously missed it this year. But that's certainly something we're going to consider. Does anyone have any comment on the band portion?
I would add that the crews spend an incredible amount of time, effort, and money to put the show on, which becomes the greatest free show on earth for the citizens and for the visitors here. As we looked at the economic impact study, we're aware that the city absolutely puts a tremendous amount of resources, including dollars a day, in supporting the endeavor. I would remind everybody that the return on investment is outlined in the economic impact study to the city's P&L alone is 2.56 times to 1 for every dollar spent. That being said, I would 100% agree that the aesthetic, even more so than we discussed earlier with having traditional horses in the parade, I think that marching bands, particularly local high school marching bands, are an absolute key and essential aesthetic to the look and the sound of Mardi Gras. And it's a huge part of what actually attracts locals and visitors to come here and spend the dollars necessary to have that economic impact to both the city's P&L and to private companies and businesses that are putting on the surrounding events around Mardi Gras. The crews are 100% on board with the way that the letter of the law is written because of that need and essential look of the parades. And I will say that in some cases, as you mentioned, and this has happened in the Rex Parade, we've had a band that has been contracted for the better part of 6 months to a year. And for whatever logistical reason, they're unable to show up the day of. I would only ask that you take that into consideration in certain instances where that happens. But for sure, the requirements as they're written are both necessary. We understand them, and we think that they should be complied with.
I think we have a representative of OSHA here who'd like to comment. You can fill out your card afterwards, sir, just so we can keep things moving. Just make sure you identify yourself for the record.
Yes. My name is Eric Oliver Person. I'm the attorney for the crew of Ocean. Ms. Clark asked me to speak for the crew. The crew of Ocean takes the band requirement very seriously. On January the 31st, 3 days before the parade, Darren Rogers, the director of Xavier University, dropped out. said they didn't have uniforms and they had technical problems. They asked if they could parade next year. There've been earlier conversations with Samuel Green about them parading. But when they were contacted after Xavier dropped out, they said it was too late because of they couldn't arrange their security. So everything was done by the crew of Ocean to try to comply with the ordinance. What happened basically was a band dropped out. I've discussed with them and their plan is to have more bands than at the minimum. So this will not happen to them in the future. They very much want to remain a part of Mardi Gras. This is very important to them. They work year round at this. And they were kind of a victim of circumstances, not something that they contrived to violate the ordinance.
I appreciate that. If you could share with us just the communications we'll get for the record with Xavier, just so that we can, I appreciate, as I said, sometimes things happen that are outside your control, and the more you can paper and document that to us, the easier it makes us.
I did not bring it today because safety permits was supposed to investigate, but they did not, we've not been contacted by them. But we do have we have the written notice of the copy.
That would be sufficient. Just please make sure you get that to Julia at the end of the podium so we can have it for the record. But thank you for being here today. I appreciate you participating in the process.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think that's all we have on this one. All right. On this next issue, commercial nature prohibited. Oh, you want to speak on this one, sir? On bans? All right. One sec. All right. Sir, next time, please fill out a card.
I filled out the card. I put 2 on 1, I guess.
You gotta put 1 card for each thing. Otherwise, we lose you in the jumble.
I apologize. Again, Jared Hydell, at this point, I'm representing the crew of King Arthur.
Okay.
In regards to, we were pretty much given credit for 13 bands.
Right.
We actually had, contracted 16 bands.
Okay.
In which 2 bands did, march. Apparently, I'm guessing we didn't get credit for them, maybe because of
Well, I mean,
I'm not sure.
we can have a conversation, Julia can with you afterwards. That was from what the administration and my staff viewed on video and review. There were only 13 bands present. So
okay,
if you have evidence that there was more than 13 bands, just if you can provide documentation to us, that would be most helpful.
Correct. I actually have an email from one of the bands who we didn't get credit for.
Okay.
Who stated that they did march and participate
Okay. Well,
on that day.
if you can get that to Julia, I would appreciate it. Because if you can find the one more band that you didn't get credit for, that would get you at the number. And if we get the information for you, we will address that.
Not a problem.
Okay, thank you for being here. All right, commercialization of Mardi Gras. This is, I would argue that this is probably the most important part of the statute and the one that I feel like is possibly the most important and most egregious when it is violated. As I said, there's a relationship between the crews that go through Mardi Gras and the city of New Orleans and how we operate. We expect the crews to do their job, and then we expect the city to do its job. There is specifically in the Mardi Gras ordinance, 34.7E, a very specific ordinance that prohibits the commercialization of Mardi Gras. And in that section, it specifically deals with how crews recruit and maintain their membership. It reads, no organization or person staging a parade shall prior to therefore advertise in a public manner for members for such parade, and anyone doing so may have the permit for such parade revoked by action of the city council in accordance with this chapter. The use of the United States mails is specifically exempted from this provision. The reality is this: you are not supposed to use Mardi Gras for profit. You, as a crew, your job is to maintain your crew, to meet all the requirements of Mardi Gras, and to do so in a way that does not impact the city of New Orleans or Mardi Gras itself. Crews are supposed to recruit in a way that is allowed under the ordinance. What we saw pre-Mardi Gras was what's up there today, which is a lot of efforts through social media for the crew of Knicks to try and recruit to fill its membership in a way that is in violation of the ordinance. But honestly, that was bad, but I've never used it before. Let's press this. All right. As you see, there was a tremendous ongoing effort for the crew of Knicks to use a variety of different resources to try and increase membership and recruitment. That is all. The challenge there is this. Your job is not to use your position in Mardi Gras to try to generate revenue for your crew. If you cannot recruit your crew in the method that is allowed under the law, that is a problem for you, not a problem for the city of New Orleans. That in itself was bad, but there's actually a step more that makes this worse. On the day of the parade, in the throw bags of Knicks were favors that were also advertisements for membership. So while the crew of Knicks, subsidized by taxpayer dollars, were parading in the streets, they were also using their subsidized taxpayer ride to the city to throw out throws recruiting members. No other crew that we can find has ever done something like this. There is a reason why we have laws. There's a reason why we have a cap number of crews, and there's a reason why we have a waiting list. If as a crew, you cannot maintain the membership necessary to parade during Mardi Gras, it is your job to give up the spot for someone who can. It is not our job as tax-paying citizens to subsidize your route until you can make enough money to meet your obligations. The ordinance is clear that in situations like this, it is in the council's purview and authority to remove said crews from the ordinance, Mardi Gras ordinance, and that is absolutely my intent going forward. So I think that from our perspective, that, like I said, I appreciate all the crews. I appreciate the symbiotic nature of Mardi Gras. I appreciate all the crews that are on the waiting list that aspire to join Mardi Gras. There are more than enough people waiting in the wings to fill a spot. And to be honest, depending on what happens going forward, if my colleagues agree and we decide that Knicks is no longer going to be a member on that list of crews that run, there might be a general realignment of Wednesday as a whole, because without Knicks, there's a tremendous amount of stress on our resources, both financially and with manpower and stress. Not having Wednesday be a thing might be something that we need to consider. Because until we decide what we're going to do and whether we're going to replace Knicks, having an additional night for our first responders, as you heard from Matt Torrey, for our sanitation workers and everyone else to have a greater period between the weekends, that might be something to consider. We will certainly meet with the leadership of Druids to see how we can account for that. But that certainly definitely puts Wednesday up in the air as to whether the cost of it will justify there being a Wednesday for Mardi Gras before Mardi Gras Day. Mr. Reese, you have any comments?
Just a question, the commercialization issue, as I understand it, and I haven't read through the ordinance today, but my understanding was the commercialization issue is really surrounding that no crew or its activities could be sponsored by an outside business, meaning, the Rex Parade brought to you by Budweiser. So something like that was kind of how.
That's not what the law says. He says you can't advertise.
Got you.
You can't advertise for membership specifically. So if yes, you cannot also rent out yourself. And honestly, I think that both are equally important. If the taxpayers of New Orleans are subsidizing you, you also don't need a sponsorship. But the law is very clear. You cannot advertise for membership because that would also not be appropriate. The reality is that most crews in the city using traditional methods also have waiting lists. The reality is that if the taxpayers of the city are going to subsidize your ride through the city, it is your obligation to have the appropriate membership necessary to meet the criteria to be a parade. I think that when you are advertising on Facebook months before your ride that you still need membership, when you can't meet the number of elements for 2 years in a row, including marching bands, and when you resort to throwing out favors with beads begging for members, I think that there are other crews that could better fill that void. Any comments from Mr. Druso?
Yeah, I actually pulled up the ordinance because I was going to point something out. So first of all, to Mr. Reese's point, no parade shall have any commercial nature whatsoever. So you're right, you can't have, fill in the blank parade sponsored by ABC Corporation. And then you're not supposed to have any advertising, and then there's exceptions to the advertising. So obviously convertibles that have the crew officials, news outlets which have the trackers, and then horse or mule drawn vehicles, because I was actually thinking about the Budweiser Clydesdales as part of this. So all of those are actually exempt. And then it also says that parades shall not display any endorsement of candidates for public office, except that we're fair grist for the mill for satirization. So obviously the parades that make fun of public events is fair. And then the last one is no organization or person staging a parade before shall advertise in a public manner for members for such parade. And as Councilmember Morel said, revocation of the permit can be an action taken. So to me, there's sort of three different elements to it. Element one is no commercialization with certain exceptions. Element two is no blatant endorsement. So, you know, as a political candidate, you can't throw your cups or your sunglasses or whatever from the float. And then number three, you can't advertise in advance for memberships and then using the parade as a vehicle.
To Councilman Drusso's point, as I said, I think the most egregious part of this timeline, this story is it's bad enough to advertise before your parade, but to be riding on your taxpayer subsidized route, throwing out favors, advertising and soliciting membership, that is beyond offensive. Because as I said, there are a tremendous amount of parades that aspire to be a full-fledged parade in Mardi Gras. There's a waiting list. There are people. Wednesday night is part of the entire carnival season. As I said, really there needs to be a larger conversation about whether Wednesday night's necessary in the wake of this, but all of this costs money, manpower, and a tremendous stress upon a variety of different parts of city government. To have all of that happen, to have the city of New Orleans and taxpayers, utilities ratepayers, taxpayers subsidize to a very egregious amount to then be on the route soliciting membership while on that parade route, it is particularly offensive.
I would only add in a very friendly manner, the use of the word subsidize, only completely unrelated to the Knicks issue or advertisement issue, but when the city on its P&L is making 2.5 times return on its dollar spent, and all of the costs for putting on the physical nature of the parade are borne by the crews, decorations, throws, tractors, gasoline for the tractors, all those things. I would just say maybe subsidized by the taxpayers, not the right word, but again, that would be a coffee table conversation.
I appreciate that distinction, and I think that when the investment reaps a generous return, then that subsidy worked out. Sort of like when we subsidize a company coming to the city of New Orleans, if they hire people and it works out, it's great. When it doesn't work out, then it was a bad subsidy. And so I'll work on my terminology, but I think my point stands in that in most instances, in a vast majority of them, that symbiotic relationship works out. I think for the vast majority of Mardi Gras, when we see how much money the city spends versus the return, it absolutely works. When it doesn't work, there is a mechanism to correct it. And the law is very clear on what that mechanism is.
And to your point, we're not putting up the money for the police department or the fire department or the EMS. So I understand, but the ROI is pretty clear.
Okay. Do we have any comments on this section?
Council member,
Yes.
yeah. So I would say this, especially since James, who is very involved in Mardi Gras, didn't, I guess, understand our interpretation of this section, that whatever crew is out there advertising get a warning. So today is their warning, but I also think,
completely disagree with that.
I think that James needs to go back to his membership.
I think what the issue is this. I think that if you are, right now, we're operating, let me be more clear. I disagree in that the council today is operating off complaints we have received. We are, whether it be how many elements you had, whether it be whether you shot Mylar, these are all things that we received evidence and we're acting off of it. I think generally speaking, I think that there needs to be communication between Mr. Reese and the Mardi Gras Advisory Committee, reminding everyone that this is the law. And as you know, we were very clear going into the 2024 season that the council was going to enforce the law for the 2024 season. And that is what we're doing.
Again, I do think that now we all have a clear understanding of this particular section, that James can take it back to the leadership of the various crews and make sure that this isn't happening for anyone else.
I'll make sure that this item's on the agenda for our July meeting and that it's discussed in great detail.
You may want to have it put out there earlier than that.
I can do that via email. Thank you.
All right, board is clear on that item. We will go to the next item. Next up, we have the age of our parade participants. I think this has generally been discussed. We have received, let me go to my section. Hold on one sec. Yes, Mr. Hardy, come down here for a second. Because I was wondering why it's on here and I remembered why I was on here. So I actually put this item on there because you had made an article about how there were 3-year-olds in parades.
Well, 4-year-old.
4-year-old,
yes.
sorry.
This has been something I've been on the bandwagon about for years, about underage marchers and parades. And I'm not clear what the ordinance says now. I think it's been a change, but I believe it's responsibility of the crew captain to guarantee that there are no underage marchers. It's not, I don't think it's defined in the ordinance. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think it should be.
It is, but what we'll do is we'll make sure, as of taking out of this process, to MGAC and other avenues, advertise very clearly what the minimum requirement is. But yeah, we add this because we read your article on it, and I think it's important to make sure that Mardi Gras is safe for everyone.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. The last item we have up here is G, which is traditional parade routes. We have one person here to comment on it, but give me 1 second. I want to tackle something else first. One of the issues that we've had post-COVID is there was a consolidation of several West Bank crews to the East Bank. And many of those crews have not clearly indicated whether they want to stay as East Bank parades and not go back to the West Bank. I think that we need to have that resolved. That might be an MGAC conversation, just because we have so many parades running sequentially that typically did not run sequentially previously, it is added to the length of each Mardi Gras day. And I think that if crews that were once West Bank parades are going to stay as East Bank parades, they need to clearly indicate that so that we can adjust accordingly. Right now, I think the only 2 parades we have that are not on traditional uptown or mid-city routes, I believe we have, we have Montauk on the West Bank and yeah, sorry. So the only one we have that is a Carnival crew is Montauk on the West Bank. Previously, Allah and Cleopatra were also on the West Bank, but now they're East Bank parades. We're going to have to get some clarity and guidance on whether or not they intend to stay on the East Bank. Further, Nefertiti is not currently recognized as a Mardi Gras parade in the statute. I do think there's a willingness on the council's part to reopen the conversations regarding former parade routes that used to be throughout the city. As many of you know, when I was a child, when Councilman Russo was a child, Hercules ran through Gentilly. I think that having parade routes throughout the city could be a good thing and it's worth investigating. Obviously, there's a cost and drama associated with that. It's not an issue we're going to solve next year, but I do think having the ability to go back to having neighborhood parades is something that council and MGAC should investigate collectively and see if there's interest there and whether some of the crews want to do that in the off season. It's not that 2 weeks. The 2 week off season is the 2 week intensive period of Mardi Gras is a highly regulated time. I think when you look at a lot of the crews that are outside of it, there's a lot more flexibility there. Not during Super Gras year, obviously, but I think going forward, if there are people out there who want to revive some of these older crews that are circulated around the city, there is certainly a willingness from this council to have those conversations. If you want to go back to having the crews that ran the Gentilly Lakeview route or the like, you want to revive those crews, I believe the original guy with Hercules is still even around right now. I believe he is. We certainly are open to those conversations. Miss Duplessis, you had your card filled out.
Thank you. Good afternoon, council members and Mardi Gras stakeholders. I am Melissa White Duplessis, founder and creative director of the New Orleans Society of Dance and its masking crew of New Orleans Baby Doll Ladies. We are a community-centered dance company, cultural preservation society, and Carnival Association, established since 2005. In 2015, during the Landrieu administration, our historic masking crew was granted the privilege of hosting an annual Mardi Gras dance parade, positioned between Pete Fountain and the Crew of Zulu, along the traditional historic St. Charles Avenue route. Under the milieu of our city's century-old carnival tradition of doll masquerading and street jazz, we are the only one of its kind to date. Today, I come before you to request that our organization's official historic walking crew may be formally considered and included with vested interest in working together with the advisory committee to help continue to make Mardi Gras Day a success through any and all city council sanctioned Mardi Gras task force, planning sessions, communications, correspondence, and or crew captain meetings. Now, that said, I would like to speak to a particular incident that nearly negatively impacted our Mardi Gras walking crew this year. This season, or this year on Fat Tuesday, our parade application was filed and the check for our parade fee was cashed, per usual, in the last 8 or 9 years that we have been parading. However, to date, I have yet to receive a tangible hard copy of the actual permit. When we inquired with the Safety and Permits Division as to the reason for the delay, we were baffled when told that only certain crews had received their hard copies of permits this year. Why is this? How is this allowed? Then, to further add insult to injury, we were contacted via text, cell phone text, by a representative from the mayor's administration less than 8 hours before our annual Mardi Gras parade and Gallia Hall master performance that we could not dance or perform, as we've done every year, at Lafayette Square. And to just keep walking by, we were told to just keep walking. Now, mind you, our 60+ character dancers spend a grave amount of time and energy preparing for, and over the years, we prepared for this highly anticipated massive performance that complements the look and feel of traditional Mardi Gras. Why were we not notified of the dilemma well in advance? Was the other musical walking crew positioned in front of us also texted in the 11th hour prior to Mardi Gras morning? Was there a process or larger discussion on the matter that we were not aware of? Fortunately, in our case, we were able to circumvent this erroneous and unprofessional demand that was said to have been imposed on our crew due to an ordinance that actually turned out to not pertain to our walking crew. Once again, it is unfortunate that as a historic masking crew, with going on 10 consecutive years of hosting our annual Fat Tuesday dance parade, that we would be the only crew singled out for unjustifiable reasons unbeknownst to us. We need a remedy ensuring that these sort of dramatics do not occur in the future. Having a voice with the task force ensures that our crew may be aware of or be able to prevent last minute or unnecessary changes that impact our masculine society, as well as allow us to contribute suggestions and strategies in keeping our traditions alive while fostering stronger community bonds. Mardi Gras is an integral part of our identity as New Orleanians and part living tradition as doll masqueraders. Let us uphold our cultural heritage by ensuring that the only all-women's crew to parade on Fat Tuesday may participate fully in important deliberations regarding annual Mardi Gras festivities. I humbly propose that the masking crew of New Orleans Baby Doll Ladies be allowed the opportunity to be privy to the advisory committee's plans, processes, or forums which may directly or indirectly affect a staple walking crew such as ours. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Duplessis. I can tell you certainly from our perspective, we hear what you're saying. I think part of what we tried to do, and we're in the process of changing it, is making the entire permitting process happen substantially earlier than Mardi Gras. I think part of the problem you had is that obviously you paid your fee, you did everything properly, and then last minute, after the city took your money, they said, our bad, you can't do what you said you were gonna do. I think that having all these permits approved and issued well in advance of Mardi Gras, having all the elements spelled out in parades well in advance of Mardi Gras will remove that from happening in the future. That being said, this advisory committee really only meets once to do this general meeting. My office will work with you to see what we need to do and what your ideas might be to make this process, generally speaking, for permitting walking crews easier.
Yes, thank you so much for
You're
your
welcome.
consideration.
I'd also add that the Mayor's Mardi Gras Advisory Council, which is just that, it's an advisory board. Those meetings are open. There's about 4 of them a year. We would welcome your walking crew to participate in those meetings. Technically, you can't be a voting member of that advisory committee unless you're one of the permitted crews. I can tell you it doesn't really matter. Those meetings are there for us to openly discuss ideas as Mardi Gras enthusiasts and participants. So a lot of the walking crews who do get permits participate and attend those meetings, and they are open to the public and they're posted. But if you'd like me to send you the schedule, I'm
Yes.
more than happy to. We'd love to have you guys join us at those meetings.
Thank you so much for the invitation. Absolutely.
Thank you. With that, we have public comment.
Yep.
We have, what, 14 now, 15,
Now 13.
13? Okay.
First one is from Bacardi Green. She says, public safety is a priority. Shanika Dabney Henderson says, as a lifelong New Orleanian, I want to go back to a time when a wall of chairs and structures didn't block access to the route. I live a block off of St. Charles, and I see a lot of people from who knows where claiming ownership to public spaces. One woman tried to force our family to go around her camp set up on the neutral ground. It's absurd and counter to the spirit of the holiday. It's sad to see little kids who aren't privileged enough to have a campsite built for them struggling to see floats. Ladders are one thing, but what this has become is something entirely different. Enough is enough. Dana Schiffer says, I own a home on St. Charles Avenue between 4th and Washington, and had a firsthand view from our balcony of what now occurs on the neutral ground on what used to be a reasonable stretch of the parade route, filled with locals and people who respected decades-long parade watching norms. A business was operating in front of our house every day of final weekend, setting up 4 massive tarp/tent setups end to end with no gap. It was run by a mean, strung-out looking woman who barked orders at her staff and brought in a different group of presumably paying customers day after day. They would break down the whole operation as the cleanup crew was rolling down the street, put it in a pickup truck parked in front of our driveway, and then set it all back up and guard it all night. Among the multiple items of trash left daily for city workers were leaky garbage bags of urine from their tented porta potty, which was just a hefty bag in a bucket that dripped a long, disgusting stream from the neutral ground onto St. Charles Avenue. This is a public health hazard to sanitation workers and residents alike. Existing ordinances must be enforced and expanded upon. Why even allow tarps at this point? They're just a way to set a border and keep people who respect the rules out. It's maddening that residents are required to apply for a permit to put up plastic fencing around our own property that we pay property taxes on, while other people can just set up an illegal business with no consequences. Right now, violators don't care. People cannot be trusted to police themselves. We need more police presence on second weekend and effective removal of illegal setups. If needed, please contact me for photos or videos of what we witnessed. Thank you for having this meeting and for the opportunity to offer comment. Carter Johnson says the public should be notified beforehand if horses, marching bands, or dance clubs, etc., are going to be camped out in their front yard, similar to notification and signposting process for TV and film productions. This public notification should be a requirement, as it is with TV and film, and a necessary step in getting the permit to roll. Staging areas could also easily be posted to the city's RouteWise app as well. FYI, last year, there were no portalets along the extended Uptown and Parade Route, a magazine from Jefferson to Napoleon. Keely Garzi comments, my name is Keely Garzi and I'm a resident of Uptown and East Riverside. I am 34 years old and have recently become disabled due to neurological condition. So 2024 Carnival was my first time experiencing festivities as a handicapped person utilizing a mobility device, a rolling walker. The sheer number of makeshift grandstands, pop-up portalets, roped off tailgate areas, and party tables blocking sidewalks and cross streets along the parade route have now made attending parades impossible for someone using a mobility device. It has also created an unsafe environment, not only for able-bodied individuals, but especially for disabled party goers like myself. In the event of an emergency, a person like myself would be stuck with no way to make a quick retreat to safety. A camp chair or wagon can be pushed aside, a ladder can be moved. These makeshift scaffolding grandstands and other unwieldy setups, their occupants can easily leave them behind, while people with restricted mobility and other parade goers like families with children and strollers are stuck behind these egregious violations of the existing code. Below, I will include links to a few of the most egregious instances that my friends and I observed this past Carnival season. I'd like to start with the makeshift grandstands of scaffolding set up at the end of my street on the parade route, the intersection of Laurel and Napoleon. In the event of an emergency, the vehicle of the first responder would not even be able to make it to or from the parade route on Napoleon via Laurel because of the setups like this one pictured. The most frustrating thing is the scaffolding grandstands isn't even being utilized. The crowd at this location is never very large and there's no reason for a setup like this one pictured. St. Charles saw these setups as well and they were allowed to stay up despite rules regarding the hours allowed for parade setups. These tents and pop-up tables, at least 14 8-foot tables by initial count, were all tied together and blocked through passage of an entire block of St. Charles. Pop-up portalets left unattended, once again blocking traffic, but this time for both pedestrian and the streetcar. We were told during the season that there would be enforcement of setups and that sort during the 2024 season, but the city wasn't even able to handle the basic duty of safely crossing streets. As a handicapped resident along the parade route, I shouldn't have to buy a ticket to the grandstand as well as figure out a way to get myself to and from to enjoy Carnival safely. Please ban scaffolding grandstands and heavily enforce setups that block the egress of pedestrian movement along the parade route, both sidewalk and neutral ground, so that myself and other disabled residents may enjoy the parades without the worry of safety or the unnecessary effort it takes to traverse the parade route because of these installations. Melissa Albert says, please consider having a handful of intersections that are actually open along the route. Not only should this be done for safety, but would make it easier for those that commute to work and must make it back inside the box. I ride my bike to work and was unable to get across the route to get home. I am writing, this next one is from Peter Athos. I'm writing to urge the council to rescind the crew of Nix's parade permit. Such a permit is a privilege, not a right. For reasons stated below, they have forfeited the right to have a permit. Ever since scandal struck Nix in 2020, they have had a hard time meeting the minimum requirements to continue rolling. The scandal involves racism and accusations of financial improprieties. These factors cause Knicks to hemorrhage members. Crowds have been sparse on the road for the last 2 years as well. I live inside Magazine Parade route box. Good parades such as Muses and Toth are not an inconvenience. Bad parades such as Knicks are. It's time for the city of New Orleans to give another crew a chance at this prime parade spot. Matthew Kennedy says there needs to be detailed and intricate rules and regulations about the kinds of platforms and structures that are allowed to in certain places on the routes. Some of these ladders are now almost the equivalent of the massive metal scaffolds erected around the CBD, and those don't belong where locals live. They represent everything commercial and exclusive of Mardi Gras and nothing of the joy and community that exists. If we do not make clear what is and is not allowed, this will continue like an arms race until the sun itself is blotted out by platforms and Jazz Fest size stages, only for a single group of entitled folk who do not call here their home. Enough is enough, and a message must be sent. Perhaps some of our most respected local cultural bearers can assist in this process to make sure everyone who lives here gets the most out of it. Tourists will still come. There is no Mardi Gras without New Orleans, no matter what Mobile says. Aaron Marziali says permits issued to crews, especially night parades, should consider the performance and health of the crews. For example, a parade that rolls with half-empty floats and has been held accountable by the community and refuses to address the criticism should not continue to receive a permit without a review or probationary period. For example, a crew of Knicks has had poor performance the past 2 years, and much of the community refuses to go and participate because of their poor behavior. They do not deserve to continue in the Wednesday evening spot. Mark Nogas says, dear members of the New Orleans Carnival Legislative Committee, I'm writing to express my sincere gratitude for your willingness to hear the input and concerns of residents regarding the parking restrictions during Mardi Gras parade days, particularly in the 500 block of Octavia Street. As a resident of Octavia Street, I've witnessed the challenges posed by the current parking regulations, and I'm thankful for the opportunity to share our neighborhood's perspective. Over the past year, we have experienced considerable inconvenience due to the extensive no parking restrictions before and after the parade starts. The 8-hour period before and the 6-hour period after the parade significantly disrupts daily routines and accessibility for residents, particularly those with elderly family members or young children. In light of these challenges, I'd like to respectfully request 2 considerations for the committee. Firstly, considering that Octavia Street is primarily used for parade staging rather than for the passage of floats, I propose that the odd numbered side of the street be designated for parking during parade days, since that is where a handicap parking space is currently located. This adjustment would provide much needed relief for residents, particularly those who rely on nearby parking for accessibility and safety reasons. Currently, both sides are closed for parade staging, and inadequate signage leads to residents getting parking tickets instead of parade goers. Secondly, I urge for the establishment of a public website that provides clear information on the dates and times when the 500 block of Octavia Street will be closed for parking during Mardi Gras parade days. Having this information readily available will set expectations for residents and visitors in planning their activities and making necessary arrangements for parking, thus reducing congestion and promoting safety. We further propose street closures occur only 4 hours before and 2 hours after. It goes on. I'll move on to the next comment. Sherry Arena says, as someone that doesn't live in the city, but I work and spend my tax dollars every day here, I'd like to see Wednesday parades revamped. There are other crews that deserve the permit rather than the 2 rolling already. Many women and or diverse-based organizations waiting to roll would bring more people to the area and generate the revenue that has been lacking for years now. Thank you. Sherry Monsanfran says the crew of Knicks and Julie Lee need to be banned from Carnival. The money grabs, downright theft, and lies from this organization need to be a thing of the past. We are 1,000 strong and firmly believe that Carnival has no place for racist thieves using the crew to pad their pockets. In addition, furs that include advertisements for riding in a parade are not supposed to be allowed, which they clearly have this year. In conclusion, please revoke the permit for the Mystic Crew of Knicks. And finally, Trent Dang comments, I live in Central City. I've lived in Uptown for over 20 years, and I've owned Barrett's Lounge also in Central City since December 22. After purchasing the bar, I went through significant effort and expense to ensure that all the bar's permitting was valid, which unfortunately the previous managers did not do. Now fully compliant, I would like to express my concerns with the unpermitted alcohol sales during major events such as Mardi Gras and Second Lines. These unpermitted vendors routinely set up on the street and sell alcohol out of the back of their vehicles or under tents with temporary tables. I thoroughly enjoyed these events, and I'm deeply honored that Barrett's is home to the Black Mohawk Mardi Gras Indian tribe and hosts several Second Lines. However, as a business owner, I now request that these same and similar regulations be placed upon these vendors. I have been in contact with the Office of Alcohol Tobacco Control and expressed these same concerns. While they agreed, they have encouraged me to contact you for the possible city level enforcement. I'm a firm believer in the importance of these events in our community's cultural fabric. However, I fully believe that it's in the best interest of all stakeholders, event organizers, attendees, and the wider community to uphold and enforce these regulations. And Councilmember, that's it for the online comment.
With that, the board is clear. Mr. Reese moves, we adjourn.
So moved.
Any objection here? None, we're adjourned.